Good afternoon and welcome back to the final leg of Teaching Philippine Queer Literature. We hope everyone's stomachs are full because your hearts are next. Our last four modules go into the personal and the emotional. We are putting things into context with the heart. Queerness is only one aspect of a person. It intersects with every aspect that makes up their material reality, such as their economic and medical conditions. This is why the experience of being queer is always different from one person to another. The 10th module features text from different queer vantage points. Walking us through it is Dr. Romulo Baquiran Jr.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat. Ang tatalakayin ko ngayon ay tungkol sa queerness at class o ang kasarian at uri sa lipunan. No? Itong mga kategoryang ito ay bahagi ng malalaking pagsusuri na kabilang dito yung lahi, uri at kasarian. Pero ang uri ang may pinaka sa atin nasa loob tayo ng isang lahi ay merong ito yung nangungunang kategorya sa pagtingin sa ating buhay mismo at sa panitikan at sa iba pang bahagi ng ating buhay. Kahit mismo yung pag-fashion, pag-refashion ng sarili ay merong kakayang hindi mag-refashion ng sarili ay nakabatay dito sa pang-ekonomiyang kalagayan ng ating buhay. Sa pinakasikat nga na kotasyon mula kay Marx, ang sabi ay hindi tayo ang nagtatakda ng ating pamumuhay, kundi yung ating, wala tayong diretsong, parang kumbaga na-determine na yung ating kalagayan ng ating kamalayan mismo ng ating kinalalagyang uri. Pero siyempre ito ay maaari nating questionin kasi meron namang agency ang bawat isa para mabago ang tinatakda ng lipunan sa atin. Pero yun nga, itong uri ay ang madalas nating nakinagbilangan natin. Ang kailangan nating banggain, ang angkupan, at unawaing mabuti kung paano nag-work sa ating individual at panlipunang buhay. Madalas na magkakasama nga itong magkakaenkwentro at tinitignan pa nga itong uri at kasarian bilang mga terminong pinagmumulan ng prejudice, ng oppressive action sa sektor na ito. Kaya dapat maging aware tayo na magamit ito bilang instrumento ng pagsusuri sa ating buhay mismo, sa panitikan, sa kultura, at lahat ng bahagi ng ating buhay. Siyempre, napakalawak naman itong reaction ng individual dito sa kondisyon na ito. Although yung makikita nating example, medyo extreme nung spectrum dun sa pinakamahirap o pinaka-abject na condition ng bakla, at saka yung isang may kapangyarihan naman, napakayaman, bilyonaryo in fact. Pero sa pagitan ng dalawang ito ay maraming uri na ating makikita. So parang bilang representanteng larawan ng baka ipanoorin muna natin. Ang una ay dalawa ito. Si Noelito Helen Monier. Nakita na kanina, nasimulan na sa video ni Dr. Ronald Baitan, pero mabuti na lamang at pinutol niya kasi ito pala rin yung gagamitin ko. And then susunod, pangalawa ay si Angie King na isang dating macho, tapos parang na-out siya ng social media. So panoorin po na natin.
Mama ko yung namatay. Tapos yung mga kapatid ko ginaaway-away ko. Pinapaaral nila ako. Nag-aaral ko pero minsan layo pinapalo. Ganda. Yung sasakyan nila ako, umalis ako, lumayas ako.
Naging problema ba yung pagiging bading mo dun sa mga kapatid mo?
Oo, yun. Ayun nagtatanggap.
Ano yan? Binubugbog ka?
Lalo yung mga bayaw ko.
Ang pananakit di umano kay Noelito ang nagtulak sa kanya para sumakay ng barko patungo Maynila at dito makipagsapalaran. Ang Luneta Park ang itinuring niya noong tahanan.
Gano'ng katagal ka dun sa Luneta?
Paano ako mga 5 months ako bago punta-punta, ikot-ikot lang ako. Naging
Sa Rosa Boulevard?
Naging tulong na tinda-tinda lobo.
Pangangalakal ang isa sa mga diskarte noon ni Noelito para mabuhay. Gumanda ang buhay niya nang makupkup siya ng politikong si JJ o Husto-Husto. Isang pro-gay activist si JJ na nagtatag ng Home for the Golden Gay sa Pasay City noong dekada 80. Nagsilbing tahanan ito para sa mga baklang itinakwil ng sariling pamilya, naging palaboy at walang matirhan. Ngunit nang pumanaw si JJ noong taong 2012, nawala ng tahanan ang mga Golden Gays. Kaya baliklansangan ngayon si Noelito para muling mangalakal. Tulong niya raw ito sa pamilyang kumukupkup sa kanya.
Naawa po kasi ako sa kanya dahil nangangalakal. Sabi ko sa kanya, Kuya, huwag ka nang magbayad ng bahay. Magsama-sama na lang tayo rito.
Bakit ka naawa? Anong nakita mo sa kanya?
Kasi po, nakikita ko po kasi siya kung paano magbitbit ng mga kalakal sa katawan niya. Tapos yung gano'n na din po dito sa bahay namin, nahirapan din ako. Sabi ko magtulungan na lang po kami dalawa.
Dahil sa hirap ng buhay, halos ipagtabuyan ng araw ni Yoli si Noelito na bumalik na lang sa Mindanao. Ngunit iisa lamang daw ang sagot lagi ng matanda.
Dito na lang daw po siya.
Bakit daw?
Kasi ano daw po, yung dito niya raw po kasi nakita sa amin yung yung pagmamahal namin, yung kung paano daw po namin siya suportahan. Kasi kinaitan nga daw po siya ng mga kamag-anak niya.
Sa gabi naman, rumaramba si Noelito sa harap ng CCP para magtinda ng yosi. Kasama niya sina Yoli na naglalako naman ng mga sampagita.
Bali po, ang pagtitinda po namin nito, tuwing gabi po nagtitinda po kami nito. Kasi kung hindi po kami magtitinda ng bulaklak, wala po kami makukuha ng mga araw-araw po na budget po namin.
Kanong inuwi nyo araw-araw?
Bali na iuwi po namin, malinaw po na 200.
200 araw-araw?
Opo. Kasi minsan po kasi natitirahan po kami. Kung nauubos po, bali 330 piraso. Pag hindi po nauubos, minsan 200, minsan 150.
Malaking bagay na rin daw ang 150 pesos na kinikita ni na Noelito sa pagbebenta ng sigarilyo kada gabi.
Ito,
Sunod po natin yung kay Ian King, na si Angie Mead King na ngayon.
Angie, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Tito, for having me here.
Masaya ako at nakarating ka dito. Maraming salamat.
I'm a little nervous being here, but I'm here.
You will not be nervous. The very day you decided to come out in public, take me to that moment. What was going on in your mind?
Well, so I started to do hormones about the end of 2015. So my dad passed away the mid-year of 2015. At the end of the year, I was like, what else am I waiting for? So I decided na mag-hormones na ako in December. And then mid-year of 2016, Facebook decides to out me. Hindi ako nagpa-out. Facebook mismo.
Paano nangyari? Para lamang sa mga nanonood.
Actually, hindi ko nga alam paano nangyari kasi dati, I used to keep 2 phones. Okay? Different numbers, different emails. Hindi sila magka-friends, walang connection. And then, nag-notification na nagpadala sa lahat ng friends ko. Your friend, Ian King, is on Instagram as Angie Mead. Tapos dun na nagkalat.
Oh my God.
Yes.
So, ano ang reaksyon nung iyong mga kaibigan at ng pamilya?
That same day, yung mga pinsan ko, yung mga kaibigan ko, nag-screenshot, tapos pinapadala sa akin, hoy, ano to? Bakit pinapadala ng Facebook? And I didn't know also what to do. So, kausap ko yung wife ko, around lunchtime, I go, buksan ko na yung account. Kasi ang dami nagpo-follow eh. Kasi naka-lock, di ba? So, binuksan ko yung account and then wala na, tuloy-tuloy na.
Ando na.
Yes.
It was out there.
Yes, and then the media picked it up and it just became a week worth of news.
Okay.
Yes.
And that experience when everybody wanted to do an interview with you, everybody wanted to talk to you, everyone wanted to, naalala ko yun eh, because dito sa television, we were all saying, how do we get an interview? So, paano? How did you manage the attention?
Actually, in the beginning, we were very restrictive on who we let enter into our life. Kasi nga, it just came out, it's a shock, and I didn't want to rush into things. I sort of wanted to grow into myself.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And who were there helping you sort out the new life?
Well, definitely my wife,
Of
Joey.
course, Joey, yes.
Yes, my stepmom, Ling. And then also my
Ling, if you're watching,
my
hello.
good friends. Di yata nag-local
Hindi,
TV yung
talaga.
mom ko.
Dapat manood ka nito, Ling Ling. All right. No, because I was telling Angie that you're a friend of ours because, she flew with Bong and
Yes.
you're cool. So they were there.
Yes.
Kasi importante, di ba, na napapaligiran ka, that you have people who love you,
Yes.
that are there, surrounding you and giving you, pieces of advice, etc.
If a person is allowed to grow in a nurturing and loving
Tama.
relationship, talagang mag-blossom yung tao eh. Walang judgment, hindi mahirap. Kasi may support.
Tama.
Ayun, dalawang representasyon, dalawang representante ng magkaibang mga mga baklang galing sa magkaibang uri. Ano? Medyo extreme nga, pero merong mga patterns na pareho, di ba? Parang sa una, tawag dito, hindi, although kay Noelito, parang tanggap agad, pero dito sa isa ay pinag-isip, hindi agad, obviously dati na siyang bakla, pero hindi dahil siguro sa family image, expectation ng tatay niya, hindi, at kapag nag-asawa pa siya, sinunod yung kahingian ng patriarchal na pamilya na mayaman pa, ay yun yung narrative. Ano? Nung namatay lang yung tatay niya, nagkaroon siya ng crisis, saka siya parang nakaisip na magdadlad. So, sa dalawang kasong ito, isa yung object, si Noelito, although nakapaligid din sa kanila yung supportive na yung isa ay hindi parang nireject siya ng tunay na pamilya at lumayas, pero meron ding pamilyang nakapaligid sa kanya na sumuporta hindi lamang sa kanya kasarian kundi sa mismong pamumuhay niya, no? Parang nagkaroon na tulungan yung dalawa yung umabot sa kanya. Nagsilbi rin siya dito bilang suporta. And then yung pangalawa, parang ito yung conscious refashioning ng sarili, pero based din talaga sa may kakayahang pinansyal. Ano? In fact, sobra-sobra excess ng yaman. Wala naman, hindi naman natin binabanatan si Ian King, pero yun lamang nakikita natin na magkaiba talaga yung tawag dito, pamumuhay dahil based doon sa kanilang economic advantage, super advantage sa isa, at yung isa naman ay kabaliktaran. Ano? At yung pagiging bakla ay tawag dito ay parehong kinalalagyan nila, pero dahil magkaiba ng uri, nagkakaroon ng pagkakaibang expression. Siyempre, ito naman yung mga extremes. Maraming paraan kung paano nagre-react ang teksto ng bakla sa batay sa kanilang uri. Ano? Sa lipunang Filipino, ito ang isa, ang pagdulog na class-based ay may malaking tawag dito, epekto. No? Nung dumating ito noong 1960s, nadala ng mga aktivistang estudyante, no? Ay nabago talaga kung paano unawain ang lipunang Filipino. No? Pero tawag dito, may mga practitioner kasi na nakikita rin yung contradiction kung paano gamitin itong class-based analysis. Ano? May mga tawag dito, malapit talaga dito sa kilusan na ito na parang hindi based sa kanilang karanasan, hindi naman daw economic kung minsan ang tawag dito, pinagmumula ng misyon. Ano? For example, may isang involved talaga dito sa movement. Sabi niya yung doon sa isang condominium, yung isang manggagawa ay napaalis, hindi dahil siya ay mahirap, kundi may ginagawa yung ano siya, parang janitor dun sa building. Meron lang, hindi class, ewan ko parang hindi naman daw class-based yung may quirk yung may ginagawa yung janitor na hindi nila nagustuhan at pinalayas nila ito dahil doon sa ugali na yun. So may mga maliliit, may mga micro-politics dito na maaring makita, no, na masuri. Based naman ito doon sa mga karanasan ng iba't ibang sektor. No? So, kahapon merong, siguro ba may entertain natin ano, sa last 5 minutes nitong tawag dito, bahagi nito. So, gusto kong silipin muna yung tawag dito, tatlong napili mula sa ating publikasyon. Sa tula ang napili, ano, Meron tatlong representanteng teksto na sisilipin natin based sa class analysis. Andito yung tatlong, next slide please. Ito kahapon yung hinahanap ko, wala pala doon sa kabila, nandito. Si Paul Sumayaw, yung author, no? Sa itsura niya talaga ay na-announce ang kanya pagiging queer. From Bicol, sinilang sa Quezon City. Basa na natin itong background na ito. Okay. Okay, yung napiling teksto kay Paulo ay yung 15 Hombres de Bicol. Nasa Bicol ito, translate sa Filipino. Hopefully nabasa na ninyo, no? Simple yung tula in the sense na ito ay enumeration ng ito yung pinakahuling lalaki. Meron 15, ang eksena dito sa poem, no, ay gabi sa plaza, mga bandang alauna na. No, usually, siyempre mas maaga sila doon, pero parang picture o parang tableau, no, parang isang eksena sa entablado na nakatambay doon yung mga lalaki. Iba-iba, no, siguro parang in lieu of reading, parang isa-isahin ko yung ano. May isang worker, yung una, no? Malaki ang, ito yung masculinity, no? Projection ng masculinity kasi para silang nasa karnihan o binibenta yung mga katawan, no? Yung isa ay kargador, yung una. And then pangalawa ay Arabo beauty, iba-ibang picture ng, parang ang peg dito ay kasi kung nagpupunta sa isang tawag dyan, massage parlor, kung minsan merong retrato ng mga masahista. At parang gano'n, pero ito buhay, na actual. Ano? Yung pangatlo, basketballista. Yung pang-apat, may hikaw. Yung isa naman ay panlima ay mga atay ng baboy. No? So ito yung mga manggagawa, no? Iba-ibang lalaki. Yung pang-anim ay parang boy lang sa bahay, katulong. Ang alala ay taga-walis. So, yung isa naman ay may mahabang patilya, naka-short. So, parang Gabi Concepcion ang image. Yung pang-pito ay out of school youth. Pang-walo ay Dota Adi. Pang-siyam ay marinero. Merong kulay pink ang utong. Ano? So in other words, mga tawag dito, retrato o larawan ng pagkamacho. No? Yung isa, air beauty ulit. Itong air beauty ay para mga worker, ano, driver. Tawag sa kanila ay air beauty. Katulad din itong pang sampu, ano, waiter. And then another air beauty, barbero naman, no? And then isang tambay at pinakahuli itong si naka-motor na lalaki. Si ayan, no? And then paano ba ito titignan as natapos yung poem, ano, after the enumeration, simpleng-simple lang naman yung structure ng poem. 15, yung isa-isa. And then cut, pag umaga sa pelikula, cut doon sa isang background nila, yung mga halaman, no? Pero maswerte daw yung mga halaman na nadidiligan, no? Pero syempre ito ay isang reference na doon sa mga kliyente nila, no? Itong mga halaman na ito, bakit kaya nadiligan? Naihian or naulanan, ano? Syempre ibang dilig na ito, no? So, siguro tatanungin natin paano gagamitin yung class-based na pagsusuri dito sa ating mga estudyante. Siguro dito ka rin papasok yung tanong bakit yung appropriateness nitong text. Siguro medyo senior college na, no? Grade 12 na ang appropriate audience nitong class nitong text na ito. And then siguro tatanungin natin bakit ba nandun yung mga lalaking ito, anong ginagawa, bakit ba sila napunta dito sa trabaho na ito. Siyempre, pabalik tayo doon sa kailangan maghanap buhay, walang pera, at isang survival method itong ginagawa ito. At yun, papasok na dito yung ating analysis ng class analysis. Bakit may mga ganito pangyayari sa lipunan natin. Pero syempre ito ay meron geared towards the gender issue. Eroticism, kasama na dyan ang eroticism, siguro yung well-being na dapat gawin kung ng mga kliyente. Wala dito yung mga kliyente pero tinignan lang sila bilang mga nangangailangan ng kilig, syempre symbolic, hindi naman siya tawag dito bastos na tawag diyan pagpapahayag. Hindi siya vulgar, na pagtatanghal ng isang panlipunan pangyayari. Okay, dahil press ako for time, susunod natin yung pangalawa, si Maki Torrecilla. Ayan, taga-Antique, estudyante pa noong 2018. Siguro ngayon nakagraduate na. Gustong magsulat ng gay literature talaga. At bahagi itong babasahin niya mula sa Merla Diary. So, pasok naman ang reading ni Maki from the YouTube download. Steven, ayan. Okay. Thank you.
Hey guys, my name is Maki Torrecilla. I am from Antique, and my native language is Kinaraya. So just a quick background about my writing experience. I've started writing in Kinaraya back when I was in high school, and that's roughly 8 years ago. And from then on, I was able to attend several workshops that has developed and honed my skills in writing, of course with the help of my mentors and established writers that was able to share their knowledge and expertise with me on writing. So right now I'll be reading one of my poems, part of the Busilak, which is the new queer anthology edited by Sir Janiel Garcia. And just some quick background about the poem that I will be reading. It's called Patio or Cemetery in English, and it's actually part of the third Merla Diaries. So Merla Diaries is like a series of poetry collections that I've been publishing as a zine. So the first Merla Diaries was published in 2017 as part of the Zine Zone in Iloilo. The second Merla Diaries was also part of the third Zine Zone in Iloilo, and actually the third Merla Diaries is still unpublished, and I'm also working on the fourth one already right now. So Patio as a poem was formulated or created out of this inside joke that me and my friends have. It's about this certain moment when, like the semen of a man is ejaculated out of the body, and then the baby or the human being that was supposed to grow up out of that fluid, of that bodily fluid, will forever haunt whoever has been part of that intercourse. So actually it was a funny thing, or it's a funny thought, but when I wrote it, it became very dark and sinister. It was not actually my intention to do that, but it just got out of my system while I was writing it. So, and I'm very happy and satisfied of the outcome of the poem, because it stripped all the humor out of it, and it gave another dimension to it. So I'll now be reading first the Kinaraya version, and then I'll be reading next the English version. Alright? Alright, so this is Patio in Kinaraya version. Saksi ang dilem, ang mga panulay, ang mga tamaho, kag ang mga murto nga nagapahimuyeng sa binit-binit, sa ingas kang darwa kalalang. Diya kita sa mga nagaturo, diya kita sa mga nagapahuway, diya ko idupra, patyen kag idiret sa lubang, ang puturo kang mga bata nga daad ng doktor, maestro, inhinyero, seaman, tambay, alpot, adik, o konkriminal. And here is the English version of patio. The dark witnesses, demons, elementals, ghosts, quiet in the corner before the moans of two souls. Here they sleep, here they rest. Here I'll spit, kill, and bury the future of those who would have been doctors, teachers, engineers, seafarers, the unemployed, prostitutes, addicts, criminals. So that's it, guys. That's Patio, one of my poems that is part of the Busilak, the new queer anthology by the UP Press and edited by Sir J. Neil Garcia. I am very much honored to share the pages of this queer anthology with the other amazing poets that I've been with also in the workshop. So if you'd like, you can purchase your copy from Shopee or Lazada.
Ayun, bahagi siya ng librong nandito, mapapadala sa inyo. Yung Labo, alam yun. Busilak rather. So, paano ba natin titignan to? Anong tingin nyo? Ayan, may pagkakataon tayong komentaryo kasi medyo na tawag dito na daanan na natin yung halos katulad ng natulad, yung talahiban points. Ano? Anyone? Gusto siguro sa klase medyo paano ba natin i-approach ito? Medyo maselan pero nasa approach natin kung paano ito papaliwanag bilang isang panlipo na komentaryo. Anyone? Gusto mag-recite? Ayan, si Frank na ating suki.
Siguro, nung una, when I first read the poem, at first I thought about like it was placed in it was set in a cemetery, and that's one way to read it, I suppose. But at the same time, after listening to Mackie read it, there was another layer to that what if the body is the cemetery itself? Because only one sperm makes it out. So what if the rest are dead and the rest haunts the body, like as what is suggested by Mackie? But it can work on that level as well, but it can also act on another level, like in the physical place, na cemetery. The cemetery, or at least I can sense that there is a sort of the cemetery is a private place and often nobody visits it, so it's like this. It's also transformed into what seems to be a cruising place, similar to Talahiban, that nobody goes to. So it also kind of shows how class comes in, because of the space that is held in. Nobody really goes there other than like a specific demographic. So I guess in terms of that kind of reading of it, yun lang. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional comment? Okay, ang sabi ni Dr. Garcia sa ating handout, it's really a spiteful tone. Merong parang nabwisit itong in persona kasi na-marginalize talaga. And it's a way of getting back at the discrimination experience from the greater society, social discrimination, and so parang ganti, no? Parang ganti, spiteful siya, at parang nagkaroon ng genocide, mass murder, no? Parang yung future ay iniluwa lang, hindi ba, na dapat sana pwedeng maging doktor, maging professional. At yun nga, relegated sa laylayan ng lipunan.
I think
Oo.
ang powerful effect ng poem is the Agi speaker embraces the principle of being an anti-life, di ba? Kasi kung bakla ka, anti-life ka, you don't procreate, di ba? And this Agi is a specifically situated subject, no? Impoverished na Agi na humahada sa sementeryo kasi walang bayad doon, hindi motel, hindi ka kailangan magbayad. Yung nahahada niya, you can imagine, is also from more or less the same class background. At nandun talaga sila sa literal margins ng society nila. The cementerio is a literal margin, di ba? hindi naman pinupuntahan yan ng normal na tao sa Todos los Santos, di ba? Because it's where the dead lie, di ba? The living are not supposed to be there. And of course, anti-life din yung cemetery, no? Because it's really where the dead are buried. And in the end, yung kanyang reversal ng hierarchy ng society, in-embrace niya yung objection at tinake ng poem to the psychopathic extreme na talagang, well, all the different spermatozoa that could have been different kinds of persons, talagang wala, di ba? Kasi hinada lang niya, tapos dinura niya. No? It was, according to Maki, initially a funny thought, but then naging dark. Di ba? At pinabayaan lang niya kasi feeling niya, yun naman talaga siguro yung pinupunto niya. Ang maganda dyan, lesson, pag pinakinggan mo yung kanya explanation, lesson in creative writing that so often we cannot foresee how our poem will end and where it will take us. We may have initially started out thinking of this idea and then the poem ends up going somewhere else. And it ended up going somewhere else, you know, and I think that somewhere else is really an expression, I think, of that kind of spite, no, that kind of disdain, no, that the abject Agi feels towards her society, no, that relegates her to that role. So similar din ito sa parang ethos ng kwento ni Bacolor na yung mga baklang kanal, ine-embrace sila yung kanilang pagiging baklang kanal, di ba? At moral sila kasi they are responsible to each other and they love each other, no? Pero iba parang Jean Genet ay aesthetic na basically the underbelly, no? Nagustuhan ko tong tula to kasi very short siya, pero kasi nga kinaraya yung wika niya, nakaugat kagad sa kultura, di ba? Ang problema when you write in English, siguro sabihin ko na ngayon, mapapansin ninyo na ang task ng Filipino writer in English is to more or less specify the cultural reality of the text kasi the use of English tends to universalize the experience. Pag nagsulat ka sa mga wika nating native, local, hindi na kailangan yon kasi talagang ugat na. So ito, nakaugat talaga sa Kinaraya world, di ba?
Yes.
At, oo, kitang-kita mo na talagang ito yung kanyang experience, no? Hindi mo kailangan i-localize kasi local na siya. Ang reading ng any kind of literary work in English by a Filipino, it begins with that post-colonial reclaiming. Kailangan mo muna siyang i-ground ulit, no? Kasi nga yung pagsulat ng English lumipad siya. So kailangan mo siyang hulihin at ibaba. Pag nakasulat ka na sa Filipino, nakatali na siya, no? Talagang nakaugat na siya. So yun ang parang makikita nyo yan pag kinumpare nyo yung mga works in Filipino in English, di ba? The use of English opens up the cosmopolitan imagination and the global sort of like pull to leave your country imaginatively. And of course, the idea is to go back home through your story, no? Pag nakasulat ka sa Filipino, nandoon ka na sa bahay mo, yun na talaga yun, no? So, kitang-kita mo rin yung distinction ng bakla na pag Filipino yung sinulat, yung kanilang kwento ng bakla na nai-inlove pa rin sa lalaki. Pag yung English text na, yung mga love poems in English or stories, nakikita mo, the model of love is now the mutual Western model of mutual love between two consenting gay men or two consenting lesbian women. Diba? Language itself, culture itself, determines the identity in a way. Kaya maganda rin tuunan ng wika, no? At maganda na iba't iba ang wika natin nakikita sa modules natin, no? Yung tulad ni ang maganda doon sa Tulad Mayaw, yung speaker, kilala niya yung lahat ng mga lalaki na yon. Kasi kinakatalog na niya, alam na niya yung mga background, ba't kaya niya nakilala? Diba? So may class, ano na siya, kasi kaya niyang bayaran lahat yung mga yon. Pag-usapan natin yan, para napaka-thorny na issue yan, no? Sa ating kultura kasi, benefactor ang role ng bakla at binabayaran ang lalaki para sa kanyang affection, no? Sa kanyang erotic companionship. Pero, so may class dichotomy, may class hierarchy. So yung bakla ang may pera, yung lalaki ang wala. Yeah. Pero yung symbolic hierarchy nila, actually, as mataas ang lalaki sa kanya. So parang binabayaran niya yung companionship ng lalaki na very flat. So complicated, hindi for me clear ang class analysis sa pagtingin sa sexual arrangements, no? Oo, kasi tanungin mo ang baklang may pera na hinuhututan ng kanyang jowang lalaki. Sino ang nagsasuffer? Di ba? Yung lalaki na walang trabaho o yung baklang may trabaho pero hinuhututan siya. Di ba? So, sana lang yung ating mga kaibigan alam ko na some of us here probably involved in the progressive movement, no? National Democratic Movement. Sana maintindihan nila na hindi natin pwedeng i-hierarchize kung ano ang mas mauuna, sexualidad ba o class o gender ba. Sabay-sabay sila kasi ang gusto natin palayain ay yung tao. Diba? At yung tao, lahat yan. Hindi mo naman pwede siyang hati-hatiin eh. Diba? Sabay-sabay ang paglaya, no? Hindi isa lang. At siguro kung nag-iimbyer naman ng mga LGBTQ activists sa mga kaibigan natin sa left, ito ay dahil napakatagal, napakahaba ng kasaysayan ng repression, suppression, at discrimination ng left sa mga queers.
Yes.
Nag-freeze yata. Did you hear my point, the last one?
Yes. Yes.
Para nag-freeze. Kasi 'di ba the orthodoxy in in Marxism was that homosexuality, this was classical Marxism, was bourgeois decadence. So, nung panahon nila Ben Cervantes, Soxy Topacio, yung mga bakla na kasama sa National Democratic Movement, actually alam nila na implicitly na kung nanalo ang revolusyon, lahat sila will be swept under the rug. Narinig ko yung sentimento na yan nung nagkaroon ng Leon Alejandro Lecture Series 1993. Nagsalita ang mga bakla at mga lesbiana na taga-left, no? Sila Aida Santos, sila Ding Quejada, Nini Matilak, Alex Umali, Soxy Topacio, even Alan Tolosa. At kinwento nga nila kung paano diniscriminate ang mga bakla at tomboy, ang mga lesbiana at bakla sa movement. So kung nagkaroon man ng hidwaan at meron mang hindi pagkakaintindihan ang mga advocates ng LGBTQ rights sa ating mga advocates in the left, ito siguro ay nanggaling sa matagal din na kasaysayan ng pagbabaliwala, no, ng progressive nationalist movement sa question ng LGBTQ. So walang samaan ng loob, talagang nauna naman sila eh. Okay, sorry Joey, ano na? Can we go back to Joey? Ano nangyari? Ay, na-disconnect si Joey. Sorry na lang kasi pinasok ko na yung discussion nung left kasi natanong yan kahapon, no? Yung ano ba ang unahin, sexualidad or class, no? At ang sagot dyan ay hindi mo pwedeng paghiwalayin. Yung intersectional approach actually means that sorry. Hindi pwedeng paghiwalayin, no? Intersectional, no? Lahat ay magkakaugnay, no? At nag-i-intersect ang question ng oppression, no? So, kung tapos na si Joey, wala na ba talaga? Are those the only texts?
Siguro tanong natin si Tristan kung baka gusto niya pang i-explore yung question kahapon.
Tristan pala
kasi we parked it yesterday, Mile. So, tanong natin si Tristan.
Tristan pala yun, no? Nasaan siya?
Tristan? Meron siyang dinagdag dito sa chat box.
Nabasa ko yun. Na nag-organize sila ng march, tapos meron silang hidwaan pa rin, ano? Ikwento ko lang sa inyo kasi kasama ako sa organizing, no, ng LGBTQ Anti-Discrimination Initiative, yung ating bills na pina-file na paulit-ulit na hindi pumapasa sa Congress on anti-discrimination. Nung nagfo-focus group discussion kami at nagko-consensus building kasama ang pro-gay, which represented the left LGBTQ collective, hindi kami makausad-usad sa discussion sa kanila kasi gusto nilang pag-usapan potable water. So ang agenda is anti-discrimination against LGBTQ. Unahin daw namin ang usapin ng tubig.
Like, pero hindi ba tama naman yun, Neil? Kasi kung wala tayong potable water, paano tayo mamamayagpag bilang mga queer folk?
Oo, pero hindi yun yung okasyon kasi di ba kaya nga namin ginather papag-usapan yung... In other words, hindi kami makausad-usad na kasama sila kasi hindi sila walang give and take. Walang give and take. Ang hirap naman kasi yun ang kaya mo ginather, di ba? Anti-discrimination legislation, di ba? So pag-usapan muna natin ano po ba ang mga diskriminasyon na pwede natin i-include dito sa listahan na ipapapinalize natin, no? So ayaw nilang pag-usapan yon kasi mas importante raw yung ibang bagay. Yun siguro, no, yung sa idea na mas importante ang ibang bagay, na hindi kami consensus sa kanila. Nagbago rin naman ang ihip ng hangin. So nagkaroon din ng consensus later on. Pero sinasabi ko lang na may ganyan ding parang hardline position na inadopt sila. So kung ngayon napapansin nila may hardline ang LGBTQ ngayon sa kanila, siguro nagumagante. Tanong na lang natin kay Tristan, ano ba yung karanasan nila?
Parang nandiyan na ulit si Tristan. I see his icon, but
Ay, wrap up na pala, sabi.
Anyway, sa ano pala, yung sa usaping Pride March, kasi sinasabi niya na yung mga placard na pinaalis yung mga ibang mga placard na hindi tungkol sa pride or sa sexuality. Dito sa Davao, yung huling Pride March na yung on the roads, on the streets, bawal ang lahat ng placard. Ganon ang kanilang resolution. Hindi ako part sa organizing committees, pero yung parang para matahimik ng lahat, bawal na daw ang placard. Pero parang sa palagay ko, hindi naman tama na mag-Pride March tayo na walang placard. Kasi what's the point? Ano yun? Parang ano lang siya, parada ng mga queers na walang ibig sabihin.
Parang Tristan is back na. Tristan says he's back. Tristan, can we hear from you?
Okay.
Hierarchies of priorities nga, oo. Ako kasi parang siguro isipin lang natin, no? And this is probably the time, Joanna, kasi we have extra time, no? To talk about what takes precedence over which, no? Kasi pag pumasok to qualify as a person, di ba? You have to be gendered eh. Pag lumabas ang bata sa sinapupunan, kailangan siya mabigyan ng gender. Kung hindi siya talaga tao. Hindi pa siya buo. Hindi siya tao.
Yeah.
Bago naman siya magkaroon ng class background, no, or ma-classify into a demographic na class, na-classify na siya kung girl or boy siya. So palagi ko, yun, kung susundin natin yung analysis nila Spivak, no, mas talagang wala nang upstream sa gender, irreducible siya. Embodiment, in order to be a human person, in order to be a human body, you enter the world through gender, that matrix of gender. And I think that's probably where we can, if we have to decide on which comes before which, di ba? Nauna siya talaga. At ang maganda dito, nakakaloka, Joanna, nung dumating si Judith Butler sa scene ng feminist theory, ang convention ng orthodox wisdom una ang gender tapos sexuality. Meaning you have to be male or female. Yun ang una, biological sex, and then the elaboration of that into cultural identity of man and woman, and the possession of gender expression of masculine, feminine, and then homo-hetero. Ang sabi ni Judith Butler na nawindang lahat ng tao, the moment you begin with the binary male-female or man-woman, you are already in the heterosexual logic. Meaning, even in orthodox feminist analysis, in the beginning, heteronormative siya. Nauuna ang sexuality, di ba? Inuuna niya yung logic ng hetero kasi binary na kaagad ang pag-iisip mo. I mean, why nga, di ba? So you have infants coming out, some with penises, some with vaginas. But hindi natin sila i-classify into something else, di ba? Laging male, female lang. Pwedeng flower, di ba?
Hindi, kaya nga para sa akin, the future is non-binary. The future is non-binary. Hindi talaga the future is female, pero sana for the Philippines, for 2022, the future is female and it's a pink flower.
Yeah, so I have a feeling na parang i-rethink natin ang maraming mga bagay, no? Kasi this non-binary concept is really making us consider, no, so many possibilities, no, na hindi natin maisip before. Ang gustong-gusto ko sa ating kultura, at siguro wag natin to kakalimutan, at masaya at napakaswerte natin na nasa atin pa rin ang mga wika natin. Wala ni isa sa 180 languages ng Pilipinas ang may gendered pronoun system. Our pronominal system is gender unitarian, meaning siya, in Tagalog, the all-around pronoun siya is actually masculine, feminine, and neuter. Diba? Itong sa aking cellphone, maganda siya, oh. Diba? Ganda siya. Paski bagay, pwedeng siya. Diba? Pwedeng siya, kahit hindi tao, siya pa rin. Diba? At nahihirapan ngayon yung mga Western languages, nag-iimbento sila ng mga pronouns sila kasi gusto nilang umalpas, no, sa dualismo ng kanilang wika. Hindi natin kailangan yon kasi wala tayong dualismo sa ating wika. Kaya siguro maganda rin pag-usapan na ang dami sa gustong i-champion ng LGBTQ rights movement at LGBTQ discourse ay actually nasa kultura na natin na kailangan na nating i-rescue from forgetting at kailangan natin i-embrace at i-celebrate. At magsaya tayo at magbunyi na tayo ay buhay pa rin ang vestiges ng ating mga sinaunang kultura. No?
Exactly.
Oo.
So magandang segue yan doon sa next module. So i-signal ko na sila Rona na balikan na lang natin siguro si Joey kung at the end of the afternoon sessions.
Ito na yung module bago sa next module.
We'll continue the discussion about queerness in class with Dr. Joey Bakiran and the rest of the panelists at the Q&A. Understanding class and how it informs queerness allows us to see the complete human instead of just the label. On another note, regardless of class, we have encountered love in one form or another. For queer folk, love is usually a big factor in discovering that they are, in fact, queer. This is why love is found in many queer texts. We cannot fully understand queerness without looking at love. So we have Dr. Joanna Lynn Cruz to discuss our 11th module on queerness and love.
Thank you so much. Let me just say that it's a privilege to be assigned this module, which is my favorite and yours. I think it's everybody's favorite topic. You know why? Because everyone is an expert on it. So I'm not going to pretend that I am the the love expert, as I claimed earlier that I am the goddess. Today in our module, everyone is an expert, and I just like to also take this opportunity to mention that one of the key principles for me of my pedagogy as a woman and as a queer woman is the dismantling of the binary between teacher and student, and the interrogation of the power dynamics within the classroom. So if you notice, even in my modules for this seminar, I really, one of the more important things that I wanted to do was really get the input from the participants, because I'm not the sole expert in the topics, and of course our students do not come into our classrooms like tabula rasa. So there's in my 30 years of teaching, that's I think I've evolved also in my appreciation for what the students bring into the classroom versus what I can give to the students. So so especially for topics like love, I know that you're bringing a lot of authority and material to the table. So let's look at the slides. Here we are. Okay, so as usual, here is your publicity material from the Facebook page of Likhaan. It says, "Love is always a win." Okay, what else can we add to that? The caption says, let me read it, "Love is ubiquitous in literature. For young people, this is an even more relatable topic. Love is one of the things that help us discover more about ourselves, others, and the relationships around us. For queer people, though, this freedom to explore love is often stifled." The 11th module of the GlobalGRACE webinar highlights love and its centrality to the queer experience. In the end, we want to cement the idea that queer love proves to be as true and as necessary and as ordinary and as extraordinary as any other form of human love. Love in any form is always a win. I love that. So we'll begin with a text that we are all familiar with, no? Which is the love story. Yeah, no? And the love story is a social construct, no? We actually connected siya dun sa sa class na module talaga kasi we do not love in a vacuum. And so our notions of love, no, are actually formed, no, by how we were socialized, no, the homes that we were brought up in, and our socioeconomic class. So, but focusing on our queer, no, identity, we can see that the love story, no, as a social construct is heteronormative. And this heteronormative notion of the love story is infinitely multiplied, no, in popular culture. No? So, for example, no, Taylor Swift, favorite ng mga students yan. Pag binanggit na si Taylor Swift, happy na sila. So everybody's an expert. So hindi ko kailangang ipakita, halimbawa, yung video nung song niya na Love Story, because memorize nila yan lahat. Okay? So, pasensya na, sobrang lakas ng ulan dito sa amin ngayon. So kung may ingay na naririnig, iisin na lang siguro natin. Pero naririnig niyo ba ako?
Oo.
Okay lang?
Very much.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
All right. So, yeah, no, so yung kanta ni Taylor Swift na Love Story, of course, ang basis niya, ang intertext niya ay yung Romeo and Juliet, na para sa atin, yung talagang those of us who are educated in, within the Western structure, for instance, in our literature classrooms, will be familiar, no, with the Romeo and Juliet story as the ultimate love story. No? And when I teach it in my British literature classes, we always read it with using deconstruction as a reading mode. No? But dito sa Taylor Swift na music video at sa song, na i-reinforce, no, yung mga tropes na heteronormative. No? So sabi niya dun sa song, alam niyo na, no? Kayo na lang kumanta, Romeo, save me, I've been feeling so alone. At ang sagot naman ni Romeo ay, marry me, Juliet, you'll never have to be alone. Oh, and then it's a love story, baby, just say yes. So this narrative, which is heteronormative, even within the context of marriage as an institution, no, dito sa atin, it's a privilege that only heterosexual couples can have. No? Marginalizes the way we love as queer folks. No? So kailangan natin dito sa literature natin to write back. No? So yung expression sa post-colonial literary theory na the empire writes back, ito naman ay yung tayo kailangan nating to write back, no, against those narratives about love which are reinforced through literature as well as through popular culture, through music, for instance, and of course the movies, the TV shows TV series that we watch. No? Siguro mamaya sa Q&A, pwede nating ipasok yung mga the boy love, the conventions of boy love TV series in relation to the love story, no, as a social construct. Okay, so paano ba natin nakikita na, no, I think all queer writers have tried to write back against this heteronormative love story construct. So, ang first example natin from the Busilak poets is this very charming poem by Steno Padilla called Terramycin. So, i-play lang natin yung reading.
Hi, I'm Steven Norris A. Padilla, Steno for short. I'm a UP journalist by training and currently I work as an editor for a healthcare publication. The poems that I have in Busilak are love poems that are semi-confessional, and the one that I'm going to read to you right now is called Teramycin. First, I'm going to read the original version in Filipino, and then I'm going to read the English translation next. Teramycin. Ganito pala ang maalagaan kapag dama ng katawan ang sakit ng kalingkingan. Hawak mo ang hiniliit ko habang pinapahira ng Teramycin. At saka mo babalutan ng kulay dilaw na band-aid upang maampat ang pagdurugo. Takot ka pala sa dugo, pero di ka nag-alangang ako ay hawakan at hiluming ang munting sugat na kusa namang gagaling kahit pa di ka mag-abala. Nariyan ka at nakaagapay kahit pa sa maliliit na bagay. Ganito pala kaligayang mahiwa sa takip ng delatang Argentina corned beef. Sarap ng bakay wala kung ikukumpara sa iyong aruga. And now the English version. Teramycin. So this is how it is to be cared for when the body feels the pain of the pinky finger. You are holding my finger while applying Teramycin. And then you'll wrap it in a yellow-colored band-aid to stop the bleeding. So you're scared of blood, but you didn't hesitate to touch me and heal a small wound that would have healed on its own even if you didn't bother. You were there beside me even in the little things. So this is how happy it feels to be cut by the cover of canned Argentina corned beef. The deliciousness of beef is nothing compared to your care.
Parang hindi ako masyadong sure kung talaga bang mas masarap ang aruga kesa sa karne. Baka mamaya magpa-poll kaya tayo. Mas masarap ba ang aruga ng nagmamahal kesa sa karne? Oh, yan. So sabi niya, ganito pala kaligayang mahiwa sa takip ng delatang Argentina corned beef. Ang sarap ng bakay, wala kung ikukumpara sa iyong aruga. Yan. Very, siguro napaka-literal no, nung sitwasyon na nasugatan, tapos ginamot, nilagyan ng Teramycin yung sugat niya. Pero syempre, it is a reflection of the care of the beloved no, towards the other. So yung yeah, of course, it's a metonym, would you say, no? Metonym for caring. Okay, sa klase, what we can discuss is in what ways can love be healing? Yan. So, siguro hingi tayo ng ano dito, na example. So, hindi masyadong literal na ginagamot, no? Or nasusugatan. Okay, ano yung mga ways na yung love nakaka-heal sa atin? In particular in queer relationships. Hingi tayo ng sagot sa sa mga experts sa atin sa klase. First yung sugat, halimbawa. Siguro medyo obvious naman na connection yung mga sugat na dinulot ng pamilya natin, halimbawa. Since yun na rin yung module ko, sinugatan tayo ng mga pamilya natin. So, paanong pwede tayong tulungan ng isang minamahal or through the construct of romantic love, how can that help us heal the wounds from our families, inflicted by our families? Sino yung nag-raise ng hand? MK? Was it MK?
Yes po, ma'am. Di ba po, ma'am, we have this joke about when we are with our friends po, we have this joke na huyo kayo pag nagka-jowa ako. We have those di ba, parang expressions po. I think kapag what healing means here is that our jowa somehow validates us. Somehow it lessens our insecurities and our traumas from all the things that we have experienced. And somehow their existence, even in silence, even though we are in our happy moments, just them being there, it lessens all the worries of the world.
Yes, no, the fact that I mean, knowing that we are valid, our love is valid, no, our existence is valid, our love is valid because someone is reciprocating it, no. So I think that's a very high level of healing, no, making ourselves feel valid. Okay, what else? Two participants, si Brian.
I think what I got from it lang po is that, di ba, parang there's this TV show na I always watch na as queer people, we get to choose our families. And then as partners, di ba, syempre, we try to build a life together. And yung healing is coming from there. The things that your family cannot give you will come from your lover at least.
Yes, that's true. Of course, we really always naman we wish that our own biological families would accept us eventually. But our of course our friends and our lovers or partners are also our chosen family, no? So yes, thank you, Brian. How about Michael?
Hi, good afternoon. Just to continue with what he started. Well, the person whom required your love will be your one person support system, which, you know, if support system cannot be given by your family, then at least that person could provide that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so just as a contrast, no, hindi ba nakakapagod yun kung ikaw ay one-person support system ng partner mo? Michael?
Well, as for me, and I mean, with my personal experience per se, you know, you actually do not consciously do it. I mean, the person who provides that to you, and even me, who provides it to somebody else, it's not consciously being done. It's just naturally coming in, just because love is present right there.
Okay, so for you, it's easy because it comes naturally. I think si Thomas merong recitation dito sa chat. Could you speak up?
Sige, wait lang kasi chat ng Neptune. It's really no idea of getting together as a kind of social connection, but not so much that you get together with them because you have the urge to fix them na naging parang savior complex na siya. Because I do see this as a major problem with, you know, a lot of couples, whether straight or queer relationship, and it is, you know, fairly problematic to think na the main source, for example, of passion, or the main source of wanting to stay in that relationship is to fix one another. Sure, it's a good consequence, but I think the primary focus should be the kind of intimacies you share, the connection you have. Otherwise, you know, naging Bob the Builder ka nga kasi yung goal mo is kasi
Yes. Sabi ko sa inyo, kayo talagang experts dito sa topic na ito, di ba? Magandang contrast yung stand na, yung position ni Thomas dito na hindi dapat natin ina-expect yung partner natin to fix us, no? Actually, there's nothing to fix. Pero yung siguro yung iba yung healing sa fixing. No? So, parang yung sabi ni Michael kanina na it's not something that you have to consciously work on, no? Parang natural lang. Kaya maganda yung sa tula ni Steno na sinabi din niya sa tula na actually yung sugat niya hindi naman niya kailangan gamutin. 'Di ba? Doon sa tula. So, pero nag-effort yung beloved na gamutin 'yun kahit hindi niya hinihiling at hindi kailangan. So, siguro naiiwasan yung konsepto na ang role ng iyong partner ay gamutin ka or to fix you or heal you. Yeah. Last, si Frank.
Okay, I guess just to give another perspective or another way of viewing things would be that there's not just romantic love, especially in the queer community. There's also various kinds of love languages, and also different kinds of love. There's aside from romantic eros, there's
Yes.
also friendship. There's also self-love, among others, and many other things. So we're not responsible for
Yes.
healing other people, but we are responsible for trying to
Healing
heal ourselves.
ourselves.
Yes.
That's true,
So,
Frank.
ayun, ika nga ni RuPaul, char. If you can't love yourself, how the hell are you gonna love somebody else?
Yes. Yes, of course. Yes. Magandang ano yan, that's strong medicine actually. Yung idea na the idea that you need someone else within a romantic relationship to heal you from, let's say, wounds inflicted by your family, is also a construct, by our society. So in a way, nakakadagdag sa oppression natin, kasi hindi naman lahat tayo may pribilehiyo na magkaroon ng romantic relationship, di ba? So nakikita mo like ako, nakikita ko sa Twitter na yung pinoproblema ng maraming mga bakla, halimbawa, or even lesbiana, no, na wala silang karelasyon kasi nakaka-pressure, no, nakaka-pressure talaga yung idea na dapat nasa loob ka ng relasyon para maging valid ka or para ma-heal ka. Okay, so for me also that's the lesson of 2021 for me, yung self-love, no, na talagang kailangan at some point matuto tayo to heal our own selves, no, and to pay attention to our wounds before we give ourselves to another in a romantic relationship. But you also, I think, dapat i-validate din na hindi lang sa romantic relationship nahahanap yung validation or yung acceptance, no, na may friends tayo na pwede din nating i-acknowledge na nagbibigay ng acceptance at support, no? All right. So ayan. So pero magandang mensahe yung tula ni Steno na Terramycin, at sa akin magandang katulad nga ng mga sinabi niyo, no, there's so many different ways of excuse me, healing ourselves, our wounds. So magandang output dito yung acrostic poem. Yan. And it addresses the issue yesterday about when we're being forced to teach literature only because the lesson is language. Ito yung pwedeng interface ng language lesson at ng literature lesson. Kasi pag sumulat sila ng poem na merong constraint katulad ng acrostic, napipilitan silang gamitin yung mga grammatical structures na lesson natin for the day, parang ganon, no? So let's say adjectives ba, should the first words in the acrostic be adjectives or be verbs or be nouns, or should they be present perfect tense, so while you're using the poem, the queer poem as a text and talking about queer love, you're also able to include, that aspect of your syllabus that says you should be teaching a grammatical lesson. No? So that's how I address it in my classes. Okay, so dito din sa ating module ay may short story written by Sigrid Gayangos. It's a lesbian story. Yan. So hindi maganda na makita din na yung pagkakaiba, no, ng gay love sa lesbian love. Okay, so dito naman opposite. Okay, ang gusto ko kung sana basahin niyo, na eventually basahin niyo na on your own time, but briefly just for our module. In this story, there's the main character is trying to get over an ex who keeps coming back every time she needs something from her. No? So may parang may panggagamit na nangyayari, parang ganon, no? And what I really like about this story is that it's so restrained. hindi niya hina-highlight yung tinatawag namin sa community na lesbian drama. No, kasi so if you're lesbian, you would know no what we mean when we say na medyo madrama makipagrelasyon ng mga lesbiana, and maybe it's a function of our being women, no, maybe that's a stereotype, no, and we should also be aware, no, that there are such stereotypes. So dito sa story ni Sigrid Gayangos, the climax is when the central character confronts that ex and says this, no? So could someone read that portion? Anyone? Okay, I'm not seeing hands. Just read this portion. Okay, girls. Sige, Ana.
All right. You hurt me, I whisper. A pause. Then louder, stronger. You've done nothing but hurt me, Alex, all the time. She sighs. I know, I'm sorry.
Yan. Dito sa story na to, ito lang yung portion na may drama. And yet, when you look at the drama there, hindi niya sinasabi, no? Hindi niya sinasabi kung ano talaga yung mga ways that Alex had hurt her. So, pwedeng i-discuss sa klase, no? In what ways can love be wounding? Yan. Ano kaya yon? So, syempre, kung binasa niyo yung kwento, meron namang mga clues. Hindi naman like totally silent yung story about the wounding. Okay? So, pwede ba akong magtanong? Is there anyone here who has read the story? Na may insight about the hurting in the story, All That Remains of Summer? Wala pa. Okay, so sige lang. Yan, assignment. Ang assignment nyo, basahin nyo yung All That Remains of Summer at hanapin, no? Ano kaya yung mga bagay na ginawa ni Alex na naka-hurt sa kanya. Tapos parang ang ano kasi parang siyang oblivious, yung restraint niya doon na parang oblivious siya doon sa hurt na ini-inflict niya doon sa eye. Tapos that's why the height of the drama in the story is when she actually says she knows that she has hurt the eye, no? So anyway, basahin nyo. Tapos, ngayon, just as an example, meron yata sa chat box na sabi, ganun ba yung sa Pearl Next Door? Nika?
Actually, ma'am, mas madrama nga po siya. Ayun po yun. And din po, pinag-usapan din po namin. Pero it's almost the same kasi she's treading through two waters, kumbaga, which is totally different from each other pag tinignan niyo po talaga yung path nung dalawang suitors niya. So there's that decision at the same time. How...
Wait, specify mo daw kasi alam mo hindi ko pa napanood yung Pearl Next Door, pasensya. It's a girl love series. It's parang ano siya, take na ano tawag doon? The characters came from a boy love series, right?
Yes po. It's more of a sequel. Is that right? How you call it? So ayun po, it's more of a sequel.
Spin-off. There. It's a spin-off. Yeah, that's the term.
Tama. In regards to Pearl po kasi, well, she has a best friend whose name is Carlene, and well, she had developed this love for Carlene, pero yun po, hindi po siya nag-fly off kasi Carlene has this thinking na hindi niya kaya na makipagrelasyon to a bi kasi ayaw niya na masaktan. She has a lot of history in regards to that. So very scarred po yung pinaka-character ni Carlene. And Pearl really really loves her. So she wants a relationship pero hindi pa daw siya ready. Ngayon naman po si Alex, who's a long lost childhood friend ni Pearl, came in the scene, and she followed Pearl and decided to be straightforward with her feelings na long before, crush na kita and I'm doing something about it right now. And then when that came in, eto naman po si Carlene. Siya naman po yung hindi niya kaya na may kumukuha ng attention ni Pearl. So it came to a point, sorry po sa mga na-spoil, pero it came to a point wherein yun po, actually discuss the two questions that we're dealing with. The question right now, which is in what way can love be wounding, and at the same
Sige
time,
daw. In what way can love be wounding in that particular situation of Pearl and was that Carlene?
Yes po. In regards to this one kasi, in both ways it goes the same kasi for Carlene, she is in the process of healing. And yun nga, napag-usapan po kanina how healing can get to a point wherein you're trying to fix yourself and you're expecting the person to fix you for you, but at the same time you're very hesitant because you're dealing with another issue, which is to seal off the deal na talagang sa'yo lang yung person na yun, sa'yo lang si Pearl, parang ganon. So sometimes when love gets toxic kasi, it comes to a point wherein it can be really instead na first aid yung makuha mo, kumbaga parang another source of pain lang yung nakuha mo. Kumbaga parang instead na band-aid yung kinuha mo or nilagay mo sa wound mo, you're putting another barbed wire in that particular wound. So yan, no? From first aid to trauma, parang nagpa-medical pumunta sa emergency room ng hindi mga doctors, hindi medical team. So yung nagiging story niya. And in terms of that kind of plot line kasi talaga, in both ways talaga, you need to know when is the time that love is actually for healing, or when does it become too bad for you that it doesn't become, you know the concept of, sorry po talaga, parang ang dami ko nang pinapasok, pero the concept po kasi ng pharmacon, parang ganon na.
What's that?
Pharmacon kasi is a term talaga na it's almost means drugs, parang ganon, na pag sinabi ng drugs, hindi siya necessary, di ba pag sinabi ng drugs, pwedeng bad drugs na nakaka-addict, ganyan, and drugs as in medicine, like mercury drug, ganyan. So, the concept of pharmacon kasi parang ganun din yung concept ng love, na in the same time na pwede siyang good for you, it can also be bad for you. Not because it's too much, kumbaga, but then again, the concept of it, once you twist it in a certain way na hindi tama yung gamit, you come to that point na doon na siya nagiging deadly the same time.
Sure, okay. Sige. Oo nga, medyo tama. At sabi ko sa inyo, marami experts talaga dito sa lab. But it's hard to like fully understand yung sinashare ni Mika kasi especially kasi hindi ko nga napanood yung Pearl Next Door. Tapos mahirap din yung i-discuss ko yung story ni Sigrid Gayangos dahil hindi nyo rin nabasa. So yung siguro just to kind of tie it together, maybe the idea kasi that we have about women loving women is that it's an alternative to women being loved by men. Kasi parang yung construct no? The construct is that women in heterosexual relationships are not treated as well as they should be because nga, sometimes we are in relationships with men who are patriarchal, no? So they treat us like property, or they treat us, they subdue us or make us obey. So within the context of the heteronormative relationship, nagiging ang impression natin is women who are in lesbian relationships are in relationships that are more liberating than women who are in heterosexual relationships. But it's not necessarily so. Diba? And that's the beauty of the story of Sigrid Gayangos as a lesbian story. Kasi hindi siya natatakot na ipakita na ang lesbian relationship ay pwedeng maging wounding. Alright? So, so basahin nyo para makita nyo kung ano yung wounding na yon. Of course, may mga obvious ways ng wounding, no? Yung mga, of course, abuse, no? Physical abuse, obviously. And I think there's not enough material on, let's say, violence in intimate lesbian relationships. No? I have written an essay about that myself. You know? So I have revealed my own history about, physical abuse, no, in my lesbian relationships, but there's other forms of abuse, no, na that could be worse actually than the physical kasi hindi nakikita on the outside, no, the wounding that happens inside through emotional abuse or verbal abuse, no, hindi nakikita, so parang hindi nangyayari. So yeah, no? So dahil lesbian drama yung pinag-uusapan, ang magandang assignment na naisip ko para dito sa story na to, at sa parat din sa ibang mga kwento, ay yung e-role play, no? Depict the climax of the story like a teledrama with the lesbian drama articulated. So all the things that are not articulated in the story, they will articulate in their short role play that can be done in class immediately, or if we're not yet in face-to-face, can be done by video. Yan. Napakadali niyan para sa estudyante natin ngayon. Lalo na yung, kasi na-realize ko ngayon sa pagtuturo ko, dahil may senior high school na tinuturuan nila ng video editing sa senior high. So pagdating sa akin sa college, sa atin sa college, marunong na sila ng very basic. Obviously, hindi naman filmmaking yung subject natin, di ba? So we don't expect naman our students to be editing like experts. But basic editing, kayang-kaya nila. So para sa kanila, madali yan at masaya na gumawa ng video. All right. To counteract the wounding message, no, of the Gayango story, I'd like to share an old song by the Indigo Girls. Just a clip from that. Okay, thank you. Yan. I think some of you might be familiar with this song from the 90s. Indigo Girls ang original. I think it has been remade. Someone did a cover of it among, I think, a Filipina singer. I'm not sure. I haven't heard it kasi syempre hardcore Indigo Girls fan ako bilang lesbiana. No? It's I don't know if they were actually a couple, but they're lesbians. So what I like about this song is these particular lines, no? That actually challenge, no, the construct of the love story. No, kanina may mga question tayo doon sa talaga bang ang role ng partner natin ay i-fix tayo or i-heal tayo or to make us happy. Dito sa The Power of Two, the true power of two lies in, sabi niya dito, the closer I'm bound in love to you, the closer I am to free. What a paradox. What a paradox. Do you agree? Is there a kind of love that while you are within the context of a romantic relationship, you are also free?
Ang hirap sagutin.
Meron bang ganon?
I mean, what is freedom after all? Diba? What kind of freedom are you talking about? Para I'm reminded of Joey Ayala, di ba? Walang hanggang paalam. Di ba tayo na upang maging malaya at upang palagain ng iba?
Yes.
Di ba? I think that
Yes.
love should give us the freedom to actually be ourselves.
Yeah.
Right? To realize our full potential. We are the ones who heal ourselves. The other, the one we love, the beloved, the most that he or she can do is to be present for us. But we heal ourselves because the healing is the self, no? Love gives us should not encumber us, should not prevent us from realizing ourselves, right? It should actually give us every incentive and every inspiration to be the best we can be.
Exactly.
Looking
Ayan. Ikaw na talaga ang expert, Neil.
No, I'm coming from mythology, where love is very important in mythology, di ba? Love is also a myth, right? It is a myth. It's a powerful story. And of course, heteronormative love is the courtly love we've inherited, di ba? Tristan and Isolde and all of that. But that's not the only kind of myth of love, no? Marami namang
there's
alternative
lots.
myths, di ba? But I think that what we're missing is probably the understanding that love is life lived at its most intense. Di ba? You you're truly alive because you feel love. I'm sorry, di ba? Parang anyone who's ever been in love, that's when you're most alive. Most alive.
Well, I will not disagree. I will not disagree.
That's also when you're most vulnerable, di ba? So you're most alive when you're also most vulnerable. Okay?
Yeah.
And you'll allow yourself to be vulnerable because this is something that Gayatri Spivak actually says, and she admits that she couldn't quite understand because she never has felt it, no? But
really?
She said that she's in full admiration of friends who have loved.
Yeah.
Truly love, because for her to love is to put your own dignity in the hands of another person. To give yourself even your dignity, and you give the dignity, you entrust it to the hands of the other person, believing and hoping and trusting that that person will cherish it and will not throw it away, will not destroy it, diba? So you surrender your dignity to the other. You surrender yourself to the other. It's complete openness to the other. In mythology, it's called perfect kindness. It's
yes.
kindness.
Okay. Yes, I agree.
It's not perfect kindness. It's not love.
It's true, no? Love isn't for everyone, and we acknowledge also that there are people who will admit that they don't want love. No, they're aromantic, for instance. So and some people will not want sex. So that's also valid, asexuals. So hindi naman pare-pareho ang lahat, no? So ang open tayo doon sa mga diverse interpretations.
We have a friend who, mamaya ko na sabihin ng pangalan, who identifies as aromantic.
Yeah, yun nga. No? So hindi lahat.
Siguro, asexual yun. Kasi very sexual siya.
Oo.
Pero aromantic, talagang kawawa yung nagiging jowa niya kasi talagang wala ka mapipigang romance sa kanya. Walang-wala.
Oo nga. Samantala, mayroong mga babae na gusto lang nila romance na lahat, no? Or cannot have sex outside of the context of romance, yung mga demisexual. But anyway, no? So, yung gusto nating ipakita is siguro yung construct kasi ng love, ng ownership, na parang pag nakipagrelasyon ka, hindi ka na free. Kasi monogamy. Yun, yung gano'n na parang nakakulong ka dun sa relasyon na yun, hindi ka na pwedeng tumingin sa iba or hindi ka na pwedeng lumabas, lagi na lang kayo magkasama. Merong ganong stereotype. I think sa lesbian relationships. May not be as common sa gay relationships, but there seems to be, to me, a stereotype that within a lesbian relationship, ang feeling mo is nakukulong ka. And that's why I wanted to highlight in a song of Indigo Girls, no, na the way they conceive love, and they're lesbians, is the closer I'm bound in love to you, the closer I am to free. No? And that's where the power of two lies. That you're in a relationship because it allows you, like Neil explained, it allows you to become the best of who you are. No? It's not something that will imprison you within the context of, let's say, the construct of monogamy. All right.
Joy, I think the real test of whether so that you know if it's really love or not, is if it helps you grow.
Yes.
Does not help you grow.
Yes.
If it stunts you, if it encumbers you, if it prevents you from realizing your potential, hindi siya love talaga.
Exactly. Kailangan ko na ng drinks, Neil. Ano ba?
True love gives you everything to encourage you to grow.
Yes. Yes. Talaga. Cheers na talaga. Cheers to that. Yeah, no?
No? Ang kapasama ng idea na pagka kinasal ka na, you found your true love, stop growing na. My God! You have to keep growing.
Even marriage talaga is a construct, di ba? Na, and parang, well, yeah. So,
Pero
iba naman yung issue ng
I still
marriage
want
equality.
Tawana, I want marriage pa rin.
Okay. Not all queer people will agree.
Not all,
because
ano?
nga, marriage is a patriarchal institution. But I suppose, those of us like...
I like the post naman, I like the legal benefits. I
The
like
what?
the legal benefit.
Yes.
Legal
oo.
benefit.
Yeah, civil union. Okay, so dadating tayo dyan. Yung next slide ko yan eh. So, yung the queer community has reclaimed this love story, the construct or the myth of the love story using the hashtag love is love. Yan. So, kung titingnan nyo sa Instagram, yung hashtag na love is love, there are 41.6 million results as of last night. So, wow, no? And what does it mean? Okay, so according to the Urban Dictionary, the hashtag love is love means love is valid regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity of their lover or partner. And so when you look at the numbers, really just the numbers on Instagram, this doesn't even include the numbers sa Google search results. No? This is just Instagram. So 41.6 million posts using the hashtag love is a lot of love, I think. And Boy George of the Culture Club will be proud of us, I think. No? So dyan ko unang narinig yung expression na love is love na si Boy George yung sa kanta. I don't know if some of you might have heard it before, but obviously yung batch namin nila Neil, alam namin yan. Yung song na Love is Love. Love is love is nothing without you. Love is love is everything to me. Love is everything you do. Yan. No? Pero in-expand na natin yung conception, nung concept ng love is love.
Bakit may mga love songs tayo? Kasi love songs are true, no? Isn't that so weird? They're so cliche. I mean, they're so baduy. But they're true.
They're true. Yes.
They're not bad poems when you read them on the page. The lyrics, they're bad poems. They're all bad. But
yes, pero pag kinanta na, ramdam mo siya. Ramdam mo talaga siya. Sa kaibuturan, pag kinanta na siya. But yes, so we have expanded the notion of love is love by with the focus on the validity of your queer sexual orientations and gender identities. Yan. Which has led
ng junk food.
Ayan, sabi ko sa'yo, kailangan ko na ng drinks dito, kaya hindi ako makaalis para kumuha ng
topic.
It leads us now to the other hashtag, which is hashtag love wins. No? So sabi yung ating PubMat, love always wins. And the hashtag, of course, is love wins. Mas konti ang results dito sa Instagram, 9.1 million lang. Pero marami pa rin, no, considering. Mas konti yung love wins kasi masyado siyang nakakonect doon sa issue ng marriage equality. Yun, the hashtag love wins broke the internet daw because it was related, of course, to the legality, no, of same-sex marriage. Medyo malayo pa yan sa atin dito sa Pilipinas. No? I think, like ako nga, I'm not fighting for same-sex marriage myself because I'm still fighting for divorce. Wala pa nga tayong divorce law eh. So, well, what is elided there is that I won't get married again without a divorce law. Hello, what are you? So, dapat merong divorce law bago ka magpakasal ulit. No, I've already made that mistake before. So,
Joanna, you're trying to rationalize the institution of marriage. Without divorce, marriage is not rational.
Yeah,
it should be irrational.
Oo,
Now,
kalokohan siya talaga.
if you don't have divorce, you don't want marriage equality because imagine you're a gay couple and you're trapped. Diba? You want to be as miserable as straight couples who are trapped.
Yeah. That's true. Pero since hindi pa option yan sa atin, pwede nating i-relate yung konsepto ng love wins doon sa Philippine culture na what does love truly win over? If it's not about marriage equality. Class, in what ways can love win within the context of Philippine culture for queer people outside of marriage equality? Isang sagot lang, kasi 5 minutes na lang. Michael?
Doctor, I guess prejudice.
Could you explain more?
Yeah, coming again from the heteronormativity and homosocial, things that exist, especially in Philippine society, then, you have bumped across that or against that.
Yes. No? So love wins over prejudice. I love that idea. And it's a good segue actually to the next module, which is about pride. No? So, tatapusin ko yung aking module dito sa video na Love Has No Labels. And mag-ready kayo na mag-tears. Yan. So, I have nothing to add. Thank you very much.
Queer love is necessary. It is wonderful, just like any other form of love. And right now, it is revolutionary. It is pride. All the understanding we have gained from the past 11 modules leads us to pride, to the affirmation and championing of queer lives. For our 12th module, Dr. John Iremil Teodoro will take us through the phases of pride.
Magandang hapon sa inyong lahat, no? So, gaya nga ng sinabi sa intro ng voice over, no? So, lahat ng mga topics natin kahapon, sa kanyang umaga, sa ngayong hapon ay leading towards pride, no? Kasi ito naman talaga yung purpose, no? So, para saan ba na nagsusulat yung queer writers, no, for a celebration, no, of the queer life, no? Pangit man yan, malungkot man yan, traumatic man yan, masaya man yan, no, erotic man yan, ay yun naman talaga, no, ang tinutungo, pride, no? Kaya ang gagawin ko ngayong hapon ay na lang talaga, no, it's more of a celebration. So it's more of readings, no, from books, no, na para sa akin ay nagtatanghal ng queer pride, no? So okay, so gusto ko lang sabihin, no, na parang matapos pag-usapan yung queer love, parang hindi fair, no, na ako ang susunod, no, kasi parang ano pang pag-usapan mo mas mataas kaysa pag-ibig, no? So nevertheless, yun nga, no, parang ito, no, concluding lecture, no. Okay, so queer and pride, so sige, yung next na. So, ayun na lang. I'll talk about myself dito, no? Kasi kung si Joanna ay kiniklaim niya goddess of love siya, ako naman ay the symbol of beauty and pride. Oh, di ba? So ganyan, no? So here's my poem, no, posted last year, no, at the Bienvenido N. Santos Creative Writing Center na na Facebook, no, yung part ng aming Pride celebration last year. Sige, Steven. Noong July 2016, bumisita ako sa Stockholm, sa Sweden. Pagdating ko sa lungsod na ito, tuwang-tuwa ako dahil libo-libong mga rainbow flag ang nagwawagayway sa buong lungsod. Sa mga bangko, sa mga restaurant, sa mga bus, sa lahat ng gusali may rainbow flag. Nadiskubre ko na nung araw pala na dumating ako doon ay Gay Pride March sa Sweden. Kinakabihan sa hotel, hindi ako makatulog. Hindi kasi mawala-wala ang imahen ng mga bandilang balangaw ng rainbow flag sa aking isipan. Kaya sumulat ako ng tulang ito. Bandera nga balangaw. Sa Central Station kan Stockholm, may nanaog sa tren nga malam nga tambak nga agi nga may kapa nga bandera nga balangaw. May ginakaptan man tana nga 3 kagagmay nga bandera nga ginawagayway na samtang nagayuhom. Kahapon, paglibot ko sa sentro kang syudad, bisan diin lang may mga bandera nga maduagan. Sa mga hotel, bangko, restaurant kag mga bus, bisan diin may bandera kang mga balangaw. Ginsundan ko kang aking panurak ang malam nga laki na kung magpanaw feel na gid nga gwapatana. May pino nga kiay sa anang buli. Hasta sa madura tana sa nagaparanaw nga mga tao. Pero ang daag kang balangaw nga nagaputos sa lawas na hindi madura sa aking panurukan bisan sa diin lang ako magbalikid. Andot nga amutan na dya ang syudad nga dya sa Scandinavia. Nasadyahan ako, nagayuhom pati ang buli ko. Ang iham ko para sa malam nga agi sa Central Station. Wala ugid mapunggan nga maghibi para sa akin kaugalingan. May syudad ay han sa amang perlas nga archipelago nga magpasundayag sa bandera nga balangaw. Okay, no. So actually, no, thank you to Dr. Ronald Baitan, no, is the director of the Creative Writing Center of LaSalle, no, and this is his project, no. So yun, no, there are other videos, no, and you can visit the BNS Creative Writing Center's Facebook page, no, to you can freely download, no, the video, no. So that is my point, no, about my actually hindi siya intentional, no. So actually when we went to to Stockholm, it was already late July, no, pero yun pala yung time nagkataon, no, na may na may Pride March sila, no, that day, sa second day namin sa Stockholm, and nagulat ako, no, kasi lahat ni parang kahit yung Starbucks, kasi may link mo yung Starbucks, may mga rainbow flag sila, yung hotel namin may rainbow flag, yung mga bangko, no, yung mga Deutsche Bank, no, so lahat actually, mga restaurant, mga bus, no, so ang tren, no, in fact yung yung isang malaking building ng US Embassy sa Stockholm, fully covered siya ng rainbow flag, no, yung giant flag siya, no, so parang nagulat ako, no, parang wow, ganito sila lahat, no, so parang so sabi ko sa brother-in-law ko, so I that I'm amazed, sabi niya parang pinatay niya kaagad yung ko, no, yung aking excitement, kasi sabi niya, well kuya, they have to do that, no, or else they'll be accused of no discrimination, kasi malakas yung anti-discrimination law ng ng Sweden, no, so pag hindi sila sasali yung mga bangko, baka ma-accuse sila ng discrimination, no, so may ganyan, pero at least parang kung yung Pride March ay siya, parang almost state sponsored, no, na kaya iniisip ko, wow, sabi ko walang ganyan sa Philippines, no. Ang amazed sila ako, nakasabay ko sa trend, no, yung isang matandang bakla, no, na talagang may kapas siya ng rainbow flags at may mga dala siyang maliliit na flag, at talagang parang ang saya-saya niya, no, kahit na walang pumapatin sa kanya, namimigay siya ng mga flag, parang wow, na-imagine ko na sarili ko pag tumanda ako, no. So pero sabi ko sa Philippines kaya, no, kaya mangyayari yung ganyan. Steven? Ayan, so paano ba nagsimula ang no? So most probably alam namin natin lahat ito, no? Pero yun, yung no, kaya June saka July yung mga great gay pride march all over the world, no, because sa kasaysayan, sa Stonewall uprising, no, nag-riot yung mga bakla. Siyempre, again, pag sinabi ko yung mga bakla, never mind me, isipin nyo yung mga terminologies na ni-lecture ni Dr. Baitan kahapon, no? So very loose ang gamit ko ng bakla. So the Stonewall Inn, no, so isang popular na gay bar sa New York, so palaging nire-raid ng mga pulis kasi nga hinuhuli nila yung mga kalaswaan, quote and quote, no, ng mga bakla doon, no. So hanggang sa napuno yung mga bakla at lumabantit sila sa mga pulis na dress back, no. So naging yun, no, naging signal yun na lumakas lalo, no, yung gay liberation movement, no, at sa US at kumalat na sa buong mundo, no, at yun yung simula talaga ng ng Gay Pride March. Next. Yun, so yan yung rainbow flag, no? It was designed daw ni Gilbert Baker, no? Although yung pink nawala sa design ngayon, no, kasi para 6 na colors na natira, no? So yung hot pink daw for sex, kaya siguro nawala. Red for life, orange for healing, yellow for sunlight, green for nature, turquoise for art, indigo for harmony, and violet for spirit, no. So ang isa sa mga nagulat din ako, no, sa Stockholm, sa yung picture niyan sa baba, yan, nasa trend yan, no. Nasa trend yan, may ganyan ang trend, no. So ang daming poster na ganyan, no, at nakalagay, no. So and then pag Google Translate mo yan, lalabas, show your true colors, no. Yan yung ang no, nakalagay, no. And sa parang sa MRT nila ito, no. So nakalagay yan, no, aside sa mga rainbow flag all over the city, no, that day. And then dito sa Philippines, yan. So great Gay Pride March naman dito sa Philippines, no. So yung una noong June 26, 1994, no, sa 25th anniversary ng Stonewall riots, no. So organized by Pro-Gay Philippines, no, and Metropolitan Community Church, no. So yung unang taon na sa EDSA, no, nasa Quezon City na part ng EDSA. And then yung pangalawa nung 1995 naka-attend na ako, no, kasi ito yung 1995 first year ko sa LaSalle as MFA creative writing student, no? And parang kasama ko si Ronald Baitan, no? Pero ang matandaan ko lang kasama ko ay si si Camilo Villanueva, no? So pumunta kami ng Malate sa Remedios Circle, no? Kasi doon yung parada, no? That area, no? And then graduate student kami na Camilo, and then merong Pink Archer, no? May delegation ang Lasal, no? Yung organization ng mga bading sa campus. Meron silang meron silang streamer, Pink Archer. So nag-join kami sa kanila, no? So, naalala ko pa, umiikot sa Malate, and that time yung mga buildings na matataas sa Malate ay kino-construct pa, no? So parang ayan, sinisipulan, parang pinagtatawanan, sumisipol yung mga construction workers sa mga buildings, no? Pero deadma lang yung kasama sa Gay Pride March, no? So ayan, and then after that may program, no, sa Remedios Circle, no? And then later, no, parang ang mga recent na Gay Pride ay no-host na ng Marikina, which is a lot bigger, no, kaysa inatinan ko noon, no, sa Malate, no. Pero well, dahil agoraphobic ako, hindi ako pumupunta sa hindi ko kaya, no, nahihilo ako pag maraming tao masyado, no. So anyway, buti naman online, pwede namang sumali online, no? And talagang ang idea ko ng Gay Pride is to write shamelessly about my experiences, no. So whether tula siya, maikling kwento, no, o o sanaysay, no. So actually nagba-vlog ako, and later mapakita ko sa inyo isang entry ko sa vlog ko about Gay Pride last year. Sige, next na. Ayan na. So merong 4 na libro, no, ng mga creative nonfiction, no, written by mga pinakamagagaling nating writers, no. So etong kay Danton Remoto, yung Bright, Catholic and Gay, well, ito lang kasi yung nandito ngayon sa akin, no. Actually, gusto ko sana yung Seduction in Solitude, except that my copy, no, ay nasa nasa Antique, no. So binasa ko yun nung nagsisimula pa lang ako magsulat, no, kasi nga well, nagkaroon ako ng courage, no, to be a gay writer, no. Hindi ko pa wala pang ladlad no, nung college ako sa Iloilo, pero every time I would attempt to write a short story, palagi ang opening niya ay 2 lalaki na nagsisex, no. So normally bakla yung isa lalaking straight, no, yung aking fantasy nung kabataan ko, no. And pag binabasa ko ito sa isang close friend ko na babae na reader ng literature, no, na siyang nagkumbinsi sa akin na basahin yung mga classics, no, tulad nung Uncle Tom's Calling, yung mga ganyan, no. Binabasa ko sa kanya, sabi niya, bakit yung mga story mo tungkol sa 2 lalaki nagsisex? Sabi ko, hindi ko rin alam. Basta yan ang gusto kong gawin na stories, no. And then pag may mga crush ako nung college, sinusulatan ko sila ng tula ng mga lalaki, no. So and because I was a BS biology student at wala naman akong magaling na literature teacher nung college, so parang wala akong guidance, no, about gay writing, no. So sulat ng sulat, and then kaya happy ko pag graduate sa college noong 1994. Nagbakasyon ako sa bahay namin sa Pasig. Ang una kong ginawa, pumunta ng Cubao at bumili ng parang maingay yata sa chat. So bumili ng ng Ladlad 1. At yun talaga nung mabasa ng Ladlad 1, nagulat ako kasi parang, oh my God, ito ang gusto kong gawin. No, may tawag pala siya at may gumagawa pala talaga, no. So yung Ladlad 1, uwi ko na sa Pasig gabi na, binasa ko siya 3 times from cover to cover, inabutan ako ng umaga, no, kasi hindi ako paniwala. No, I remember when I went back home to Antique, sinulatan ko si Neil Garcia, no, handwritten sa yellow pad paper, no, para pasalamatan lang sila ni Danton, no, na parang from finally may tawag na ako, no, sa gusto kong gawin bilang writer, no. So yun. So Bright and Catholic, so yung Seduction in Solitude, pero gusto kong librong ito ni Danton kasi lang siya, no. Published by Anvil in 2011, no, simple lang siya, no. Actually, yung na-mention kong si Raymond Alecpala, no, sa Queerness and Religion, may review siya ng libro dito, no, na God's Love Bakla, no, and and then My Life in the Closet, no? So maganda siyang accompaniment no sa essay no na I think meron kayong access, no? So basahin ko kasi pero update siya sa nangyari kay ano no kay Alikpala. Speaking of love, naging siya isa sa mga mapalad no na nagkaroon ng love life no na as in may kasal factor no na gusto ni Garcia na ayaw ni Ronald Baitan, no? At ako hindi ako sigurado kung gusto ko o hindi. Nevertheless, ito si Alikpala no nakaroon siya ng jowa na na Vietnamese, no, at ikinasal sila sa Angkor Wat. O babasahin ko ang sulat ni Danton. Sabi niya, the coming out part of the book is written in prose that is shorter and more crisp, as if the liberated Raymond is taking jaunty walk in the park. He has found his own voice, own friends, and finally a lover, Robert from Saigon. Robert and I were married on June 14, 2008. It was not a legal ceremony. Neither Philippine nor Vietnamese civil laws recognize same-sex marriages. It has been the fashion to call this a commitment ceremony, but for Robert and me, ours is a real marriage. We have made our own vows before God, promising to love each other for better or for worse until the end of our days. And where did they get married? In Angkor Wat, the ancient ruins of Cambodia. This is also the place where the character played by Tony Leung in the film In the Mood for Love finds a crack in the wall, and there in the ageless ruins, he confesses his most secret love for the already married character played by Maggie Choy. So yun. And then there's another essay about family, no? Yung Joanna was talking about family, no, the other day. So yung We Are Family niya na is writing about his parents, no? And then yung dito nakaka-touch dito, no, may kwento si Danton, no, about about her pamangkins, no, where parang siyang naging tatay, no. So sabi niya, my sister's husband recently died of leukemia. Now she has to raise Luigi, her now 12-year-old son who wants to go to medical school. She works hard and has saved money, but I do not think it is enough to send a son to medical school in the next 20 years. So I told her I will help send her son to school. Recently, I adopted the daughter of my cousin, who is my parents' caregiver. Mika is now 7 years old, a big-boned and bubbly girl who is topping her class in grade school. I am sending her to a good school. One of the pleasures of my life is to call home every night and ask her what good things she learned in school today. Thus, happy-go-lucky me who only buy books and clothes for myself and who lives abroad on grants every 2 years has to send 2 kids to school. Our house is loud with a teenager's voice and the poem being memorized by a young, bright girl. If I am at home, I would check if the room is not too cold for them and if they have been tucked well for the night. I think of vaccinations and medicines and sweat drying on their backs. But in turn, the boy breathlessly tells me stories about the manga is just drawn, and the younger calls me Daddy in a high, chirpy voice. I do it not out of a sense of obligation, but of love. And now that they have another daddy aside from me, a kind, good-looking man, younger than me, but older in wisdom, we are now a family. Our little house on the prairie is complete. O, diba? Very inspiring story, no? Na sometimes talagang totoo yung pag-ibig, no? Well, not all of us no be lucky to find that love, no? Pero it's always parang comforting, no, and a pleasure to read about it, no, being written about by writers, no. So like Tanton Remoto, no. So I think for me that's the essence of pride. And then the next book, Paminta, no, gusto ko ng Paminta na to, no, published by Neil Flores, no, publishing, no, in 2010, no, kay Likhaan, no. Actually yung Brusco Pink niya, may una niyang libro Brusco Pink, again, I think my copy is in Antique, no, in my library in Antique, no, not here, no. So anyway, I settled with this, no. So Paminta X, pero mas matapang siya, no, as a writer, no, as gay writer, kasi mas balahura, no, in a nice way, no. So halimbawa meron siyang lalaki sa lalaki na title ng essay, no. mga alituntunin ng mabisang pakipagtalik sa kapwa lalaki. O di ba? Title ko lang yan. So, ninambaran niya, no? So 1 to 50, no? Yung mga 1 to 50, yung mga alituntunin sa mga advice niya, no? So, yung number 1 halimbawa, of course may class issue dito, no? So, 1, gawin ang seremonyas. Kung ikaw ang bottom, bisitahin ang bangko, bilangin ang deposito at i-withdraw ang lahat na naipon. Kung ikaw ang top, try mo kayang magpa-bottom. Ganyan. And then, so 21 no, to 24, no, gusto ko to, no, kasi parang tungkol sa gay sex. No? So 21, huwag pilitin ang kapareha sa anumang gawain hindi niya gusto. Basic, di ba? 22, huwag magpapilit sa anumang gawain hindi mo gusto, of course. 23, gumamit ng dissenting lube. Tip, hindi effective ang pinagprituhan mo ng dalagang bukid kanina o ang dairy cream. Pero pwede na ang cream silk. No? So, ayan, kung nandito si Maki Torrechilla, alam niya yung cream silk, yung gamit niyan sa Antique, no? sa Talahiban. I'm sure, master dito si Maki. So, 24, uulitin ko, gumamit ng kondom, huwag magtipid. No? Isang gamitan lang ang isang piraso. Ibuhol ang bunganga ng kondom matapos gamitin at itapon sa basurahan. Siguraduhin hindi ito magbabara sa estero. Maging environment friendly. Hindi pwedeng i-recycle pero pwedeng gawing remembrance. No? So yan, 24. Okay, let's go to 48, 49, 50, the last 3. 48, mag-multitask sa pagrarampa. Iplano ang buhay habang umaaura at nag-emote sa kahabaan ng gabi. Ano bang gagawin ko bukas? Mas masarap ba ang matulog kaysa mangahoy? Mas makatitipid ba ako kung ihimpil na lang sa bahay at mag-dial a fact? Sinasayang ko lang ba ang oras ko ngayon? So 49, na-realize mo ba na mas masarap makipagtalik ang taong mahal mo kaysa isang estranghero? 50, paalala pang muli, gumamit ng kondom. No? So talagang nag-i-end sa pag-ibig, no? Na while masarap na makipagtalik, of course, may in-acknowledge na niya, no, sa raysay na ito na mas masarap pa rin makipagtalik sa taong mahal natin. No? Pero pag walang love, okay na rin yung sex, no? Paminsan-minsan, depende sa appetite mo. No? So yun, at ang natawala ko kasi ang Mil Flores, no? Ang unang publisher nito, na iba natang publisher ngayon, ay ang husband ni Ma'am Jean Hidalgo, di ba? So parang imagine ko, wow, parang nabasa ni Ma'am Jean yung mga ganitong no? Sanaysay. O depende sa mga kailangan, tama si Griselda. Okay, next. Ayan naman, The Queen Lives Alone. So ito naman yung tipo ng libro, no? Kasi obsessive compulsive yung writer na itago na sa pangalang Ronald Baitan. Ito na yung pwedeng no, gamitin natin sa English class, no? Kung nag-insist talaga ang head, no, ng inyong department o ng inyong division like English, no, na gamitin ang pagtuturo ng literatura sa pagtuturo ng grammar, this is the book, no? Kasi hindi nagkakamali sa Ronald Baitan sa kanyang grammar, no? At kung magkamali sa grammar niya, mag-e-end yung mundo. So anyway, ang ginagamit ko palagi sa klase ko yung Kwa'iyam, no? So yung Kwa'iyam, yung essay to ni Ron, no? How to be Chinese, no? And gay at the same time. Sabi ko sa mga estudyante ko, kasi di ba sa Lasal, I think more than 50% of our students are Chinoy, no? So talagang ako nagtuturo ng Philippine literature, heavy ako sa sa Chinoy writings, no? Like ang mga favorite ko na poets, si Grace Shishing, si James Ong, Benito Tan. At syempre, sino pa itatampok ko sa Chinoy, no? So si Ronald Baitan syempre, no? Kasi yung essay niyang Kwa'iyam, no, tungkol sa kasi sabi ko itong tinatawag ni Sagani R. Cruz na double marginalization, no, yung the other. Kasi as Chinoy, as in-chick, other ka na. Pero kung bading ka na in-check, talagang other ka kasi other ka rin sa loob, no, ng pamilya mo, limbawa, no, for example sa Kwa'iyam, no, syempre sa Chinese family, especially sa family ni Ronald, talaga ang paniniwala ay buwisit ang bakla, malas. So ganun 'yon. Tapos meron pa siyang pasok na pasok yung essay no sa theme ng queer and religion, queer and violence, no? So queer and family. Nasabi na kay Joanna, no? Kasi talagang hagip na hagip niya no yung mga ano, no? At nag-end siya sa isang isang note na my pride, no? Kasi after all, walang nagawa ang family kundi accept, especially the mother, no? I-accept yung na mayroon siyang dalawang anak na bading, no? So kasi bakit may religion angle? Kasi yung isang tiya niya, no, Baptist yung religion, at sasabihin talaga siya napupunta siya sa impyerno dahil bakla siya, no? So yun. Ito, maganda yung ending niya, no? Kasi yung parang yung nanay, no, kailangan talagang ma-accept ng nanay, no, na bading siya, no? And then meron mo siyang brother na bading, no? So one night talagang kinausap nila yung nanay nila, no? Para confrontation kasi yung nanay dito sa kwento ni Dr. Baitan ay no, mukhang may pagka melodramatic, no? Which I think lahat ng nanay ko melodramatic din, no? So yeah, no? So talagang sinabihan nila no, na bakla sila, no? So ito. Ma, the problem with you is that you grew up learning values which were twisted and outmoded. The things you learn perpetuate hate instead of love, hate without reason, bigotry. I know it was hard for you to accept my gaiety, but this is life. This is who I am, and I need your support, sabi ni Baitan sa nanay. She was already crying, but there were no tears. Even before a drop of tear could fall, she had already wiped it out. She pretended to be touching her eyes because of sleepiness. But we knew she was keeping her tears from falling. Then she asked my other brother, ikaw? My brother only chuckled and I said, of course, he's also gay. It's just pamin, masculine. So it isn't so obvious. He's gay, ma. Yes, my brother seconded. Finally, we had to lay it all down, to use Toni Morrison's words. The three of us just lay in bed as mother and sons. Mama was no longer the beast I abhorred, nor was I the monster she could never accept as her son. After 20 years, I finally know who I am, and better still, the people I love most, my parents, my brothers and sister, my best friends, know too and accept me in their own ways. As for my parents, I'm still waiting for the time when no door would be left closed. For now, their knowledge of my gaiety, their silence is already enough for me. O, di ba? Ang ganda. So ang ganda ng ending, no? So, and then another essay na nakakatawa ay yung Queen of the Orient, Binyas about my mama, no? Kasi character yung mama niya, no? And then ito na yung maganda, no? Kasi after Puayam, so accepted din siya ng mother. So, di ba? I think mas enjoy yung mga nanay pag may bakla silang anak. Kasi yung mga nanay, secretly gusto nila may mga kabaklaan din sila sa katawan. No? So, isang section ng essay ay ang pamagat, The World According to Matthew. Si Matthew Mendoza. No? So, yan. Mama and I have many things in common. We are very anal. Everything has to be in order, though we usually end up having so much mess at home. We both love collecting little things and souvenirs that only eat up space. We both can't leave the house without an umbrella, a flashlight, and an extra towel, which all fit snugly in our little bags. We both turn red and shake when we are angry. Though we are both bitches, we talk like angels on the phone. One would think that we are not capable of evil or bitchiness. We used to be diehard Noranians, and we'd spend hours watching tedious film award ceremonies as long as Nora was a nominee for Best Actress. Now, since we are both older and wiser, we no longer despise Vilma Santos. Indeed, it is true that Vilma is the most enduring actress. It took us more than a decade to accept this. But the most glaring similarity between this queen and the queen mother is our fascination with the mestizo actor Matthew Mendoza. No? So yun, sabay na sila nagpapantasya kay Matthew Mendoza, no, nanay niya. No? So ayan, no? So buy this book, no, by UP Press. No? So parang magkaroon na ng another printing. Next book, Yan, syempre kay Joanna Lynn B. Cruz, no? Parang bagong-bago last year lang, no? UP Press to 2020, no? So, ayan, so kasi kahapon, 'di ba? Parang hindi maganda yung mga comments against Serena, no? As metaphor for gayness. So parang atat akong mag-comment sana, no? So bukod sa walang time, yun nga, kasi umaga yun, busy pa yung glam team ko sa pag-aayos sa akin, no? So anyway, mamaya i-defend ko yung pagiging Serena ko, no? So or hindi naman defend but explain also so why I became a mermaid, no? And a beautiful one at sexy pa, no? Sabi nila ng mga nakatikim at least. So Joanna Lynn B. Cruz, no? So yes Joanna, no? Nakuna kita ng picture, discuss mo yung hasang yesterday, no? So sasagutin ko nga no yung tanong mo. So and then alam yung librong ito, oh my God, tell all siya, no? Lahat ng mga chismis na narinig ko about Joanna Lynn Cruz, na-confirm ko dito, no? Or at least, siguro yung wala dito, edi chismis lang talaga yon. Pero like 80% ng mga narinig ko about her nandito sa librong ito, no? So kaya bilhin nyo na, order na kayo ngayon sa Lazada at Shopee, no? Nung pinadala to ni Neil Garcia sa akin last week in preparation for this lecture, talagang my God, binasa ko siya agad pagkabubukas ko lang, no? And then binasa ko siya, naupo ako, alam mo, tinapos ko yung buong libro in one sitting, no? Kasi my God, ang hirap mag-pretend hindi ko kilala si X, no? Yung parang iniisip ko, mas mag-enjoy kaya ako ng libro kung hindi ko kilala si X, no? Kaso lang, kilala ko kasi si X, no? So parang, my God, ito talaga yung the ultimate, literary chismis, no? From Davao, no? Specifically, UP Davao. So yeah, ang pinaka-paborito ko dito na essay ay because obvious kasi mermaid ako, learn to dive in 9 steps more or less. No, I think for me this is a classic, no? Okay, so so learn to dive in 9 steps. Yeah, may comments si Neil Garcia sa nothing in sexuality and gender is set in stone, Joanna. Baka naman pray mo lang. So yeah, totoo 'yan, no? At least in this book, totoo talaga ang statement na 'yan, no? Nothing is set on stone, no? So
sorry, chat yeah. Yung reply ko lang kay Joanna who is very sad na yung anak daw ng lalaki is straight, hindi man lamang naging bisexual. So sabi ko,
hayaan mo yung anak mo.
Pag-pray na lang niya, hindi pa naman fixed yan. Nag-change pa yan.
At huwag ka rin, Joanna, magpapatayin yung mga bakla sa anak mo, no? Kasi ang pogi, no? At ang sexy. Kaya tumahimik ka na lang, hayaan mo siya, no? So anyway, para walang gulo. So learn to dive, no, in 9 steps more or less, no? Yung diving, yung paano naging diver si Joanna, no? So at ang gusto ko to pag-weave niya, no? Yung nasa 9 parts nga siya. Yung una, get on the boat, no? So paano siya nagsimula, and then yung take a giant stride, no? Kasi when I nagpa-certify din ako maging diver sa Palawan. Actually, hindi ko ginagawa yung giant stride kasi parang too scandalous sa dagat kasi 'di ba ang laki ko, no? So ang ginagawa ko ay yung mag-tumbling ka, no? So from the boat, mag-tumbling ka. Ang hindi lang masyadong maganda doon ay pag ilang mga 3 ulit kang magaganyan sa ilalim ng tubig, no? Pero okay lang naman kasi may oxygen ka naman, no? So hindi ka naman mamamatay. Pero yung giant stride, natatakot din akong gawin, no? So and then yung equalize and never hold your breath, no? Yung isa yun sa mga kailangan gawin, no? Yung mag-equalize ka, no? Kasi may pressure yung tubig. So kung hindi ka mag-equalize, no? So palabasin yung hangin sa tenga mo, masakit siya, painful siya. So ayan yung isingit ko ng aking story kung bakit ako naging Serena. Kasi nung nagda-dive ako sa Palawan, no, nung nagda-dive ako nung time na yon, yung isa sa mga exam, no, ang unang gagawin pag nasa tubig na kayo ay mag-equalize sa tinuturo na gawin. Tapos yung first dive namin so okay lang. So nag-equalize, so ang aking dahil siguro alam ng instructor hindi ako takot sa dagat, no. So hinayaan lang niya ako sa dive master na kasama ko, dapat body, no. So yun. And then paakyat namin sa taas na after nag-dive, sabi niya diyan, na notice ko, bakit hindi ka nag-equalize sa baba? Sabi ko, Kasi hindi raw niya nakikita na nagaganyan ako. Pinutin mo kasi ilok ko para lumabas yung hangin. Sabi ko, alam mo kasi Angelique, kapag lumunok na ako ng laway ko, nag-equalize ako automatic. So sabi niya, oh my God, sirena ka talaga. No? Actually, yung pinakamahirap sa diving na pag magpa-certify ka is yung mag-equalize. Kailangan ng maraming practice. Pero in my case, natural, automatic. Yung parang pag lumunok lang ako ng laway ko sa ilalim ng tubig, nag-equalize siya normal. Sabi niya, oh my God, you're a sirena. No? So, yun naman yung pagiging sirena ko. No? Nagsimula na yun. And then, I wrote about it. Saka yun, si Leon Choderiada, nung mabasa niya, parang ayun, certified sirena. Yan, lunokera ka talaga. No? Sabi ni Chuana. Yeah. In fairness, wala pa akong masyadong practice sa paglulunok that time, no? So bata pa ako noon, no? And then yung mass clearing din, no? Ang ganda din ng ano dito, no? Kasi isa sa mga test para ma-certify ka ay paupuin ka ng instructor mo sa sand, no, sa 90 feet, no, and then tatanggalin niya yung mask mo saka ibalik mo on your own, no? So isa yun sa mga skill na dapat ma-master mo, which is actually madali siyang gawin, no? So nakakatakot lang idea. So anyway, yung last part, yung number 9, nobody dives alone, no? Ito na talaga, bumongga na yung essay, no? Kasi wow, parang natahi ni Joanna yung diving, no? Yung ano, no? So saka yung pag-ibig, saka yung relationship, no? Kasi number 1 rule sa diving, never dive alone. Dapat may dive buddy ka, no? So if you're a student, it's a dive master, yung ina-assign sa iyo, no, na instructor mo, no? Kasi the instructor is there, no, to watch everyone, no? So yan, dives alone, no? So basahin ko yung ano, no, yung nawalan si Joanna ng ano, no, ng air, no, yung tank. So isa rin yun sa practical exam, sa mask, no, natanggalin din yung regulator mo sa baba, saka ibalik mo. And then kung mawalan ka ng hangin yung tank mo, sabihan mo ang iyong dive body na ganyan, ibig sabihin wala ka ng air, so ibibigay niya sa iyo yung regulator na nakabit. So mag-share kayo, and then of course you have to go up. Wala kayong choice, no? And kailangan niyo munang mag-stop like 15 feet before the surface kasi kailangan yung mag-stabilize, no, yung ano, no, yung kasi or else ma-embolism ka, no, kung diretso ka sa taas. So you have to stop muna, no, 15 feet before the surface for at least 2 minutes, so 3 minutes and before you surface, no. So Sisid Marino, yeah. So eto, yan na si Mags nandito na, no. So yan. Si Mags syempre na subaybayan ko ito sa Facebook, no? So Max offered me her octopus regulator, which meant I had to remove my own. It was not easy to remember to keep breathing without the regulator, blowing a steady stream of air bubbles. I took the octopus, purged it, and inhaled deeply. My heart pumped like a kettle drum. We found a spot to wait out the 3 minutes attached to each other by the very air we each needed to stay alive. I hung on to a brain coral to keep from floating up at that level, which always happens to me at the end of the dive with an empty tank. I looked up and saw the bottom of our boat and the legs of others who didn't dive or couldn't swim, preferring to hang on to the outrigger and simply peer to the ocean floor. I didn't die today, I assured myself. I looked at Mags, who was vexing a giant clam with her pointer, trying to distract me from my earlier panic. It seemed like I was seeing her for the first time, embraced by a tenderness so huge it cannot be contained. I realized how much I wanted to go deeper with her. Here was a woman who wanted to take me along on every underwater adventure, someone who has my back as I have hers. We have each found the one we want to point out to what we see along the way, watch with wonder as long as we can, and later look back on with gratitude. If we could share the same air together and do not die, we could certainly share this life. To trust my dive body with my life every time we dive is much commitment as any marriage I know. To face the possible loss of my dive body every time is as much a reminder of all that we have as any legal contract denied us because we are a lesbian couple. No, nothing assures us that we will be together forever. But in the meantime, we can dive together. Oh, di ba? Beautiful. Yung parang perfect metaphor sa less than love yung diving, no? So parang ano, no? Yeah. yung dive body sa diving, no, is very important, no? So yeah, so I think for me that's really gay pride, no, writing about your own life, no, for everyone to read, no, so at wala kang pakialam, no, kasi your life is valid, no, just like buhay ng iba, no, so pero dahil nga may erasure yung society, kasi nga dahil sa religion, no, dahil sa family, no, dahil sa culture, so anong gagawin ng LGBTQ? Not to write about their experiences. Okay, so yes, so let's proceed. So bilhin nyo na yung libro na yan, no? Hubad na hubad si Joanna dyan. Of course, no, ayaw ko rin patatalo, no? So ito na talaga yung ano, no, yung mga libro ko, no, especially mga books ko, mga creative nonfiction books ko, no. So yung una, yung pagmuni-muni at pagtatalak ng Sirena Pagmangat ng Prinsesa, ito yung mga, kasi column ko ito sa isang newspaper sa Palawan before, no. And of course, baklang-bakla yung column ko, no? So parang even if I comment on politics, no, on education, no, talagang ano, from the point of view bakla, no, using a language that is bakla, no. So ito naman yung Sayakap ng Gubat at Dagat. These are available sa Shopee, no. Sayakap ng Gubat at Dagat ng Palawan, no. Actually parang minadali itong i-publish last year, no, kasi by merong ang mga politicians sa Palawan gusto nilang hatiin yung Palawan into 4 para mas madali sa kanilang ma-plunder yung resources ng Palawan, no. So pero nag-campaign yung mga tao, no, na nagkaroon ka ng ano, no, no ang binoto nila, no. So yun, no. So at ginawa itong campaign material, no, kasi these are essays I wrote like 20 years ago, no, about Palawan. Nung iba pa yung Palawan, no. Like pag binasa mo diyan yung mga essay ko about Puerto, no, about San Vicente, Palawan, hindi mo ma-recognize, no, yung Palawan na, no. And of course, yun naman talaga, no, ang gay writing, no, ang manunulat, no, bilang bading ay hindi naman nagsusulat about titi lang and tamod, no. So parang nagsusulat din naman ako about my, activities like planting mangroves, no. So sa campaign para yung mga dugong, i-save yung mga dugong, no. So may iba namang preoccupations, no, ang LGBTQ writer, no. Pero nevertheless, no, so yun, pag magsulat ka, no, ay talagang it's ano na, no, itatanghal mo na yung gay pride. Yeah, dugong hindi digong, no. Although I want to say digong, no. So lulunurin ko siya, no, kung Serena talaga akong totoo, no. So anyway, so yun. And then next, so bilhin nyo rin yan, ha, please. So available din yata sa Lazada. And then yun, no, so I have a blog, no, so nagba-blog ako, jiechudoro.com, no, and isa sa mga entries ko last year yan, ang title niya ay Pagmumuni-muni ni Putri Duyong, no, mga sanaysay ni John Irenil Chodoro, no. So sino si Putri Duyong? No, na-discover ko si Putri Duyong yung ano, no, nung pumunta ako ng Jakarta at bumili ako ng statwa, no, ng sculpture siya ng mag-asawang Serena, no. So at ang pangalan daw pala nila Putri Duyong. Di ba ang gandang name, Putri Duyong. So yan, mga bagong sanaysay, no. So yung picture na to, si taas konti, yung first picture, Steven. Yan naman yung pamangkin ko sa Sweden, no, na grade 5 student sa Sweden, no. So last year na Gay Pride Month, assignment nila sa school yan, no. So parang pinagawa sila ng teacher nila ng Gay Pride na poster, no, at ibigay daw nila sa kanilang LGBTQ friends or relatives. So syempre sa akin niya pinadala, no. So sa Messenger, no. So di ba grade 5 sa kanila sa Sweden ginagawa niya yan, no. I remember no 2016, 7-year-old pa lang siya, no. So nag-walking kami sa forest, bigla niyang sinabi, sabi niya, John, may request na ako, wag kang ma-offend. Sabi ko, ano yun, be? Sabi niya, pwede wag ka lang bakla. Nagulat ako. We're talking kinarayaan, no, in Sweden. So sabi ko niya, bakit naman, be? Parang my God, anong klaseng request yan? Ayaw mo, bakit, anong ba gusto mo? Kasi gusto ko sana magkaroon ako ng tito na hindi bakla. Diyos ko naman, di ako nandiyan naman si Tito Gary mo, yung younger brother ko, no? Saka si Tito Eric mo, yung kapatid na kanyang stepfather, no? Oh, may dalawa ka ng tito na hindi bakla. So, anong problema mo? Sabi ko, sa Antique pa lang tayo, alam na natin to, di ba? So, bakit naging issue ngayon? So, tapos, tahimik siya. Tapos, maya sabi niya, sa bagay dyan, no? Ano naman kasi, yung teacher ko nga, lesbiana. Sabi ko, paano mo naman nalaman na lesbiana yung teacher mo? Sabi niya, kasi pag inahatid siya ng girlfriend niya sa school, bago siya bumaba ng kotse, nag-lips to lips sila, no? So may ganyan silang exposure niya na, no? So, syempre, ang Sweden, isa sa mga gay-friendly na bansa, no? At yun nga, yung gay pride nila bongga, no? So yun yung aking pamangkin, no? So ang ganda siguro may ganyan, no? Pwedeng maging model siguro, no? Pag teaching ng LGBTQ studies and culture and literature sa atin, baka pwedeng tingnan ng mga taga DepEd ang ginagawa ng mga gay-friendly countries, no? Like the Scandinavia, no? So although iba yung kultura nila, pero well, mga tao naman tayo lahat, no? So pwede, no? Hindi masashock yung bata, no? Like niyan, no? So sa school mismo, grade 5, may activity sila, no, to celebrate the gay pride, no? So yun. And then yung next picture, Steven. Ayan, yan naman yung sister ko naman, no, sa pagdating sa bahay, sineselebrate niya palagi yung gay. Ako nakakalimutan ko, no, kasi sa dami ng ginagawa ko, saka hindi naman ako nag-join ng gay pride talaga sa Marikina dahil agoraphobic ako. So pag on a weekend ng gay pride, yan, magulat talaga ako may pride cake, no, nasa in celebration, no, dahil nga Serena ako, so yan, may hugis Serena na na cupcakes, no. Ang sarap ng cupcakes, yung buntot ng Serena na yan, Richie, na cupcakes, no. Ano yan siya? Yari siya sa marshmallow, no. At pag kinain mo yan, marshmallow siya yung buntot. And then next picture, Steven. Ayan, yung aking picture, no. So gay pride that so talagang may flag ako, umikot kami, no. Yan yung parliament building ng Sweden. So yung pamangkin ko kasama ko nag-iikot. And then next picture. Ayan na yung kanina sabi ko, 'di ba, yung sa train, may poster na ganyan, no, na ang meaning niya, ang translation niya ay show your true colors. So parang wag mo na itago, i-show mo na. No? So, 'di ba, very heartwarming. No? And then actually pala yung ano na yan, yung sa poster, yung brother-in-law ko, no, kasi katabi ko sa train, tanong ko siya, can you translate it for me? Actually, ang translation niya ay you are free to live your life. So I hold on to the translation, and then nung ginugel ko, iba naman yata, parang baka interpretation na yun, no, kasi yung show your true colors yung and then eto ngayong year lang ito sa sa Antique, no, where I came from, no. So this is the poet Edison Tondares sa Facebook niya, no. So sabi ko niya, gamitin ko sa vlog ko. Ayan, may rainbow crossing kami sa Antique, sa San Jose, no. So I'm sure gumapang-gapang diyan si Maki, no, to Richilian, no. So yan sa San Jose, di ba, sa Antique yan, sa harap ng Municipal Hall. And then the next photo, ayan, ito yung bridge harap ng University of San Agustin, ng alma mater sa Iloilo. No? This is a post by the mayor of Iloilo City, no, si Mayor Trenias. No? So nung July, ayan, ganyan kabongga yung na yan, overpass na yan, no, ginawang rainbow, no, sa Iloilo City. No? So yon, so bongga. Okay, thank you, Steven. Pwede na tayo mag-proceed sa next slide. Ayan, so the rainbow flag is in the house, no? So meron akong ganda pa Joanna ang Iloilo City, kaya galit na galit si Duterte kasi ang pangit ng Davao compared to Iloilo, no, ever since, no. So ang sa competition nila kaya pinag-initan niya yung 'di ba, dating mayor, 'di ba, si Mabilog, kasi na ginawa niyang drug protector daw, no. Pero insecure lang siya kasi nung mayor siya ng Davao, sa mga contest natatalo palagi yung Davao. So yan. So and then of course gay friendly ang Iloilo City, no. So yun. Where I came from, no, kay Carlo Paulo Pacolor, no. So yung essay nila na where I came from, no, from this one, no, from Lamios, and then yung kay Paul Sumaya where I am from. I think na discuss ito ni Ronald no kaninang umaga, no, yung where I am from, no, ni Paul Sumaya, no. So ginawan ko ng lesson plan. So I have ilang minutes na lang ako, darling. As 17 daw, pero kanina pa ito. No? So I'll assume I have 10 minutes. No? Sige, I have 2 lesson plans to share. No? So Steven, mag-share na ako ng screen. Ayan, pwede na pala. Ayan, yung ito, 'di ba? Yung sa dalawang essay, no? So hindi ko nakikita. Ayan. So, ang ano palagi, no, ang isa mga ano kasi yung sa aming format, well, dapat may personal na sanaysay, so work in progress 'yan. Pero ito medyo buo na yung critical aspect no ng lesson plan. No, siyempre yung idea ni Helen Sisu, no, The Laugh of the Medusa, 'di ba? Sila sabi niya na kailangan magsulat ang mga babae tungkol sa kanilang sarili, no, para mabawi sa at mapalaya ang kanyang katawan na kinumpiska ng patriarchal na lipunan, no. So ganyan, no. And then of course kay Philip Lopatin na The Art of Personal Essay, no. Kasi yung agenda ko dito ay ganito. Sa asignaturang Creative Nonfiction sa senior high school, no, meron 21st century Philippine literature. So para like sa CNF, 'di ba? Kasi yung dalawa it's a well-written CNF, no, and siya, maiksi lang, saka in English. Kasi yung CNF sa senior high school, ewan ko ginawa nilang English subject, no? So na as if walang CNF sa ibang wika, no? Anyway, English siya, no? And they are well written. So pwede siyang magamit. Yung parang feeling ko hindi ka kailangan magpaalam sa iyong chair o principal na gamitin mo yung dalawang essay ng dalawang bading kasi essay naman talaga sila na example, no? So parang yan, baka pwedeng isingit, no, sa creative nonfiction, additional readings, no? Pwede naman talaga, no? And of course, the 21st century Philippine literature, of course, kung mag-thematic approach ka lang, may theme na LGBTQ. Pero I think sa creative nonfiction, hindi naman kailangan thematic, no? Kasi this is a creative writing course, no? So talagang techniques siya, no? So pwedeng gamitin itong dalawang essay sa personal essay. Kaya yung topic, personal essay, no? So example of 2 personal essays, itong dalawa, no? By Pacolor and by Sumayaw, no? So syempre may introduction na dapat yung estudyante sa creative nonfiction, no, if the class is CNF, no. Ibang uri ang CNF at personal essay ay kabilang sa mga ito. So ito yung pwedeng gawin, no. So una muna yung objectives, no. So magkaroon ng kaalaman hinggil sa mga elemento ng personal na sanaysay at makapagbasa ng mga halimbawa nito. Pangalawa, may paliwanag kung paano nagkakaroon ng kapangyarihang maging mapagpalaya at mapaghilom ng trauma, no, ang pagsusulat. And then, pangatlo, makapagsulat ng sariling sanaysay hinggil sa isang di magandang karanasan ng kabataan na naging blessing in disguise. So parang traumatic experience na naging makabuluhan ngayong malaki na sila, no? Trauma naging corona, no? Kaya yung title ng lesson plan ay Gawing Corona ang Trauma. Kasi yun yung essay, di ba? Ito, no? So sa sanaysay ng dalawang LGBTQ na manulat, no, si Pacolor Sumayaw, no, so hindi perpekto ang kanilang kabataan, subalit nababalikan nila ito na walang galit o pagiging bitter, na kung anuman ang may kakulangang naranasan nila noon at napupunaan ito ngayon ng pagtanggap sa sariling pagkatao. No, sabi nga ni Pacolor, hindi automatikong binabalikan natin ang mga trauma na kabataan upang maghanap ng masisisi. Kung maaari namang magpatawad mga magulang at kapamilyang nanakit sa atin at higit sa lahat ang patawarin din ang sarili. Kasanaysay naman ni Sumayaw ay selebrasyon ng makulay na kultura ng Bicol na sa kabila ng pagiging daanan ng bagyo, no, na pumapasok sa ating archipelago, ay tila bumabawi naman sila sa pagkakaroon ng maraming beauty queens. Bagamat inabandon na sila ng kanilang tatay, no, malaya naman siyang explore ang closet ng kanyang ina, no, na buong pagmamahal at pagtanggap, no, ng kanyang pagiging prinsipe na prinsesa na prinsipe. Sa dalawang sanaysay na ito, ang trauma na kanilang kabataan ay na-transform nila bilang corona upang lalo silang gumanda sa physical at psychological na aspekto. Kaya yung isa sa mga nakapagsulat ng sariling sanaysay, no? So ano yung mga gawain sa klase activities? So short PowerPoint lecture about the art of personal essay, no? Kasi ang topic ay personal essay. So pagbasa ng sanaysay and then close reading ng sanaysay, no? Using yung mga foundation nila sa elements of a good essay. So pagsulat ng sariling sanaysay hinggil sa isang di magandang karanasan ng kabataan na naging blessing in disguise, no? Traumatic experience na naging makabuluhan ngayong malaki na sila, no? Trauma naging corona. Pagbasa ng excerpt ng mga sanaysay sa harap ng buong klase, pagpapakita rin ng mga piling vlog hinggil sa libro ng personal na sanaysay na interview. So ano yung pagtatasa, no? Assessment. So yung sanaysay hinggil sa isang di magandang karanasan ng kabataan na naging blessing in disguise, traumatic experience na naging makabuluhan ngayong malaki na sila, no? Traumang naging corona. So yung pagpapayaman ng kaalaman, mga gawain, no? After ng class, book review. Maghanap ng isang libro ng mga personal na sanaysay ng isang manunulat na Filipino sa Ingles man o Filipino ibang wika. Gumawa ng 3 minutong vlog na nagre-review sa piniling libro ng sanaysay. Kaya may 4 ako na present, no? Maaring i-post ang vlog sa sariling FB account kung ano pa mang online platform, walang pilitan, no? So yan. So meron lang kundi paalala, no? Ang pagsulat ng sanaysay hinggil sa di magandang karanasan ng ating kabataan ay isang sensitibong bagay. Kaya kailangang maging maingat ang guro sa pag-handle ng aktibidad na ito. Pwede namang babaan ng konti ang level ng paksa. Halimbawa, pwede tungkol sa isang embarrassing experience noong kabataan, no, na pinagtatawanan na lamang ngayon. So yan yung una. Yung second naman, no, na syllabus, ginawa ko ng syllabus yung aking tula, yung pagtanghal ng banderang Palangaw. So yung part 1 yan ang kinento kanina, no. So yung part 2 ganun pa rin, yung bakit tayo nagsusulat, no. So yun, yung kay Helen Sisu pa rin, no, kasi kahit na ang konteksto ni Sisu ay ang pag-isakwera ng patriarchal na lipunan sa mga babae, maaari ding maging gabay ang sanaysay na ito para sa mga LGBTQ+. At kanina sa lecture ni Ronald Baitan, no, ang ganda ng kanyang tungkol sa well-being, no. Yung una, we write without apologies. So second, we write to affirm who we are. 3, we write to challenge norms and narrow-minded ways of looking at things. And 4, we write to claim our space and create new spaces and possibilities. So ang well-being o ang kagalingan ng isang LGBTQ+ ay ang pundasyon ng kanyang pagiging proud sa sarili o pride. 'Di ba? So so pwede sa Literatures of the Philippines sa college, pwede sa 21st century Philippine literature senior high school, no. So ayun yung paksa, Philippine gay poetry, no. So syempre muli, kailangan may foundation sila paano mag-close reading, no. Alam na nila dapat 'yon. So ito yung mga layunin, makapagbasa ng kontemporanyong tulang LGBTQ sa 3 wika, no, Kinaraya, Filipino at Ingles. May piliwanag ang halaga para sa isang LGBTQ+ na makata na magsulat ng tula tungkol sa kanyang pagiging LGBTQ+, no, at dapat ipagmalaki ito. Pangatlo, makapag-organisa ng isang online gay pride poetry reading, no. So, sa 2 meeting siya. First meeting, yung maikling PowerPoint lecture hinggil sa kasaysayan ng Gay Pride March ng Rainbow Flag. 2, pagbasa ng tula at panonood ng video ng pagbasa ng makata, no, kung carry ng internet connection, no, yung sinero kanina na reading ko. Close reading ng tula, and then pagbasa ng sanaysay na Balangaw, ang kulay ng kalayaan from my blog, no. And then pagplano para sa online gay pride poetry reading. 2 meeting, online gay pride reading kung online kayo, no. Kung blended learning na, yung second meeting pwedeng online na. So pagpapayaman ng kaalaman, magsaliksik doon sa buhay ng mga successful na personalidad na LGBTQ+ at sumulat ng isang maikling sanaysay hinggil dito. Enkwento ang buhay ng personal na ito, lalo na kung paano siya naging matagumpay. Ang huling talata ay tungkol sa mga natutuhan ng estudyante sa buhay ng LGBTQ na successful. So yung pagdasa, yung online gay pride reading nila, how successful, no. So yon, and then ito yung yung online guide poetry reading, no, kung wala pa, mag-assign ng teacher ng class president para mamuno sa plano, no. So bigyan sila ng 40 minutes para gawin ito sa first meeting. And then kailangan pagkasunduan sa meeting, no, yung sino mag-host. sino gagawa ng poster, no, kasama ng catchy na pamagat ng online poetry reading. So sino-sino ang mga magbabasa, maaring individual, maaring grupo, no. So maaring maghungkahi sa mga estudyante ng mga pangalan ng LGBTQ+ sa Makata ng mga tula ay maaring itampok sa poetry reading, no. So kay Joey Bakiran, kay Ronald Baitan, Shane Carion, Neil Garcia, Jerry Gracio, Sonia Risa Guevara, Marcel Miliam, Nicolas Pichay, Dan Torremoto, Camilo Villanueva, no? At syempre yung mga makatang busilak. No? So dahil online naman ito, baka maaring imbitahan ng isa o dalawa sa mga makatang ito na magbigay ng mensahe o magbasa ng tula. Maaring din namang video recording na lamang. So yun, I will end my sharing with that. Thank you.
The Philippines is home to diversity. We embrace our culture by celebrating all the lives and loves we see here, queer or not. Over the discussions in the past 2 days, we have learned much about queerness, its complexities and complications, and the many contexts that shape it. For our final module, we are bringing queerness home. To truly understand it and pass on this knowledge to students, we have to localize it. Discuss it in a way that is relatable and tangible. Taking us through our final lesson is Professor Nerissa del Carmen Guevara. Professor Nerissa del Carmen Guevara is an associate professor at the University of Santo Tomas, where she teaches creative writing and is a resident fellow of the Center for Creative Writing and Literary Studies. She is the author of Reaching Destination, Poems and the Search for Home, UST Publishing House 2004. She was the recipient of the Carlos Palanca Award for Poetry in 1999. Her poetry has been featured in various international publications and anthologies, including Cha Asian Journal, Hong Kong 2018. The Achieve of the Mastery, Filipino Poetry and Verse from English Mid-90s to 2016, Manila 2018. The Comstock Review, New York 2018. Tomas Journal, Manila 2018 and 2019. And Voice and Verse Poetry Magazine, Hong Kong 2020, among others. Her performance art has been exhibited worldwide in Performatura, Manila, SIPA International Arts Festival, Philippines, Biennale Yogya, Equator V, Indonesia, Lapsody, Helsinki, and Grace Exhibition Space in New York, among others. Her performance pieces, Elegies, and Infinite Gestures are currently archived in the Live Art Digital Agency of London. She is currently the Early Career Researcher of GlobalGRACE WP4 and the Director of GlobalGRACE PH Air. Again, Professor Nerissa del Carmen Guevara.
Hello, everyone. It's wonderful to finally be able to talk and to see everybody. But the first thing that's going to happen is probably an assessment of where we're at right now, because we are moving actually into art. No? So my first question to everybody before we start the PowerPoint is, what is this made of? What is this made of? Anybody? What is this made of? Ollie? Ollie seems to have an answer. What is this made of?
Hi po. If we were to look at it physically, I think it's made out of paper or trees or other materials. Thank you.
Yeah. The entire seminar, everybody has been looking at the book this way, right? So you've been looking at it this way, or you've been shifting the screen this way. And then so the text is two-dimensional. No? But in this seminar, because how many hours have we actually spent in this seminar? How many? Around 18 hours, Ollie? It's around 18 hours, right? And we have been in duration in one space, in time, that in this duration, this has become a place. And this place is a virtual place. So even if you have not moved, this, because of the duration of our energies, attention, and even dissipation of attention, dissipation of actions, but the sheer belief that the place exists, we are all here, right? And this is one definition of a certain kind of reality or a certain kind of space that we have been in because we are in the pandemic. Okay? We can also call it something like a liminal space. And these liminal spaces are actually where marginalized people exist or are feeling more comfortable with, or just because heteronormative and other societal rules don't seem to apply. There is a lot of freedom in this kind of liminality, right? But now the majority is, the majority that we have, we're all experiencing it right now. So welcome to bringing queerness home. This situation actually as an adjective is queer, right? And in duration, this is an embodiment, okay? This book has materiality, weight, and the body. And if I put it by the window, or if I put it on the pew somewhere, right, of a religious place, immediately it gains a layer of meaning. Okay, so talking to you guys about it right now is to recalibrate your way of seeing so that you can understand my lecture, is it better? Okay, so let's start the PowerPoint. So I'm bringing it home. Okay, yeah. Next slide, please. There are just a few things I want to emphasize. So Stephen is going to be giving you a link, the general link to our air site. It's called GlobalGRACE Philippines Air. And we lived and generated an energetic, safe, virtual space for 3 months. And in those 3 months, we had produced artwork and also kept in contact with each other, okay, through this virtual space and interacted all the way up to the website. Stephen or Mondi, have you given the site? Thank you very much. So you guys can click on that, right? While you're clicking through the site, our curators, Patrick Flores and Carlos Quijón, had said a couple of things, but what I want to emphasize is these entry-level artists, which are actually, they are close in age and experience to your students. They're very, very relatable, and they have created incredible artwork. And these curators said the context of their practices and communities form a part of this virtual space. And the works of these artists for the exhibition open up preconceived notions of what queerness involves, or the sufficiency of queerness as a term to encompass the variations initiating conversations that are at times awkward or uncomfortable, but always will be striving for sympathy or the radical imagination of commonality through and beyond different. So there seems to be other sounds. Okay, next slide, please. As literature professors, you might use this site as intertext or sites of springboards and creative prompts for your students. But these are the objectives that I want to teach you. So it's actually pretty broad, and maybe some of you are teaching art app, and this is more of an art appreciation module, right? So I'm going to define and characterize creative process journals of various artistic forms and identify points of intermediation and relationship between teacher and student in the creation of an artwork, and discuss some young LGBTQ artist themes as evidenced in their arts. Next slide, please. So creative process journals are actually anything they want to submit that actually tracks the process of art. So these particular interventions that happen are actually just, but art has always been procedural. And what happens when a queer site or a queer book intervenes specifically in a heteronormative place, a certain kind of energy is created, right? And if the processes of queer people are out there, they generate this kind of energy and they attract a particular community so that they can actually do art as well. So you just read what a creative process journal can be. It can be an MP3, it can be an MP4, it can be a PDF, something like that. What I'm showing you is an example that's public. It's from Jing Lin. Next slide, please. So every week, your students, so if it's a student-centered thing, they check in on you. And they check in by actually talking to you about their process. Next slide, please. So these are just journal entries, photographs that inspire them for the moment. Next slide, please. Their motivation, submission of their concepts. And this is what the entry-level artists in AIR did for 3 months. They did like 6 CPJs. Next slide, please. Right? Next slide, please. So, they talk about the feedback that they got, all of that. So where do the lectures of art come in? They actually come in and are pretty much elective, but the main thing that they're going to do is actually create art. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Right? See, just so many things of reflections. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So many thoughts, coming into learning what art is about. So it's really, it will actually be easier to introduce queer art if art is in praxis, right? Next slide, please. See, just pictures, just reflections. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So I believe in fun and praxis. I believe in sharing and community. So group activities must enhance this kind of communication and rely on simple and readily available objects and materials. So you can build an installation together, compose a poem or a song together, encourage assemblage and collage. The thing here is to be inclusive. So there are queer voices, there are straight voices, everyone has a seat in the room, okay, going through the same process. And in that way, there is some kind of equality happening. Next slide, please. Individual activities, you can make self-portraits. A concept is any idea they want to explore. So it's a statement of something. And usually they are queer statements or any statement that they feel they need to bring, right, onto the table. Next slide, please. So what's the culminating output? You make or co-create an artwork. It's a physical or visual exhibition. You use social media platforms and virtual and physical games for performance work. So there is just a whole lot of stuff that you can explore when you do the creative process journals and when you create little residency. So the way that you should be looking at art would probably be the way of asking yourself as a teacher, what community does your students have, right? Geographically, how is everyone located? Where are they? What is this throbbing organism of a society that is happening here? And then so here in this virtual residency, for 3 months, majority were queer. Actually, 95% of us were queer. And then we were all just interacting and creating art. Next slide, please. So there are key points, discussion of the image. I think those who have studied in UP have read this in their basic UM classes. Next slide, please. Most of you probably recognize this, right? Next slide, please. Medium and techniques, all of these things. Next slide, please. Dimensions and measurements, when you start looking at art. Next slide, please. Date of work, provenance. Next slide, please. So the AIR residency actually had 5 queer participants from Los Baños, Bai, Mabitac, San Pedro, San Pablo, Binyan, and Cabuyao. So if you look at the map, we had this virtual Laguna. And in your classroom, whether it's a creative writing thing or any other thing, right? And I don't know how long this pandemic is going to happen. This is one way to really, really connect with everyone else. Okay, so next slide, please. So queerness as sexual desire. But before we, next slide. Can you please give them the link to ISMA's work? Can you tell me what form this is? Can you scroll down and click on the 3D? What is this? Literature? What is it? Scroll down. Click on anything. Welcome to interdisciplinary art. We have been creating for 3 months these queer interventions in heteronormative space. Okay. Would you believe that this is CW to zine? This is a zine during the time of the pandemic. I love Ollie's reaction. I also love Rowena's reaction. This is how we have made connections, and this is how we have done space. Scroll down, please. There's a 3D version of this. Yan. Click on that. View 3D. See? Incredible. Amazing work. We have 15 artists, and because there are several themes, I won't be able to discuss all the artists in all of the themes, but you guys are going to be given this entire document where all the links actually lead to the different themes. That's beautiful. This is the work of one of our artists called Isma, right? But let's move on to, queerness as sexual desire, and also queerness as embodiment. We feel that there are certain characteristics that make a person queer, but when you view the site, you're going to understand that, here I am drinking a glass of water is still me being queer, right? If I cough, if I sneeze, I am queer. I'm no different, you see? And the themes, these things that you're going to be seeing will show you that. Okay, so let's move on to Lex Dignos, Not Me. This is a 2-minute animation video. Queerness as sexual desire. I think there's no sound yet. Did you like that? Yeah. And it is a very different way of experiencing desire, non-linguistic art. You see it through medium, and you see it through gesture, through drawing. So it's definitely a different type of text, no? The next one, so this one talks about the misconception. The next one is talks about sexuality, actually. The function of fiction is abstraction. Please. The first minute.
Oo naman.
For the information of everyone, reproduction is the process in which organisms give rise to new organisms or offspring. It is one of the defining characteristics of living things. It allows organisms to produce new individuals to perpetuate o para palaganapin ang kanilang species.
Happy Pride!
Ay, pero yung mga asexual, hindi sila kasali kasi wala naman silang sexuality.
feeling ko mas marami pa akong genuine, meaningful online relationships through Neopets than a fucking dating site.
Ladies and gentlemen,
LGBT, LGBTQ, LGBTQIA+, NCR+, MECQ community.
ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Can I get feedback from all these really wonderful reactions that I'm seeing? Si Ian had a great reaction. Ian, Embadura.
Yes po, it was so psychedelic, like yeah, trippy. Kasi parang it's just a mishmash of anything that the artist could think of, but somehow it makes sense that it doesn't make sense.
Which really reflects the feeling of telling your own story as an asexual, going through this kind of tension of trying to make sense, also trying to define, or also holding on to the fact that it's all ambiguous as well. So there are just many ways to relate to this kind of text, right? Next, please. So queerness as sexual desire, right? So queerness as gender identity. Next, please. We have been hearing this term a really long time, pepper, paminta, okay? Please give them the link to Pepper. Thank you. And please play Pepper.
If you were given the complete protection of anonymity, what story would you be able to tell? Pepper is a two-dimensional digital avatar that uses motion capture to detect the user's actions and recreate it on the screen. The users are able to express themselves through the model's customization features. Not only will this give them a veil of anonymity that could free them from judgment and anxiety, but also provide them a platform to express their ideal selves even in a virtual setting. These avatar models will capture their movements live as they tell their story. Pepper's avatar is completely customizable. You would be able to choose from multiple hairstyles, clothing, and accessories, making Pepper unique to every person. After determining how you want your Pepper to look like, you can use a motion tracking program to give life to your avatar. Pepper uses your webcam to track your eyes, mouth, and head movement to mirror your own actions. This program can be used as an alternate to your webcam, so you'll be able to appear as Pepper during video conferences. So many individual stories are never expressed or heard from people who have the innate fear of judgment. As a person who found her voice through the live animation platform, I aim to provide this same platform to many others out there who might be in need to burst out of the chains of silence and be heard. In the height of the pandemic, there's a rise of people who feel stuck in their own homes. If you or anyone you know are one of them, I wholeheartedly encourage you to give Pepper a try. A download link and a full list of instructions can be found in the site alongside this video. I sincerely hope that you would be able to find your voice and express yourself at your best.
Tristan, you were saying something. What do you think of this? The pandemic, queer art during the pandemic has found many ways to try and still make connections. So this is a very rich site for that. And it's also a reinterpretation of Pepper, the paminta, into there's a reclamation of the term as something more positive, actually a safe space. Tristan, are you there? I think it's a way of yes. And it has a tinge of sadness, anonymity, right? Great. I think your senior high school students, your students will like this. I'm sure they can relate somehow. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. So with 6 advisors, they were exploring different art forms, and you are going to notice that spoken word is very different from poetry, but there might be intersections here, and I want you to listen to Isay and how she navigates identity, because it's not only sexual gender identity, but also something uh, it's geographical identity. Please play. Thank you.
After years of verbal sparring in Singlish, English became second nature. When my mouth scrambles for words, it picks vegetables over gulay, laundry over labahan, shower over hilamos. In grade 3, I stood for the whole period. Foreign transfer student in my own hometown, the question in Filipino ringing like static white noise in between FM radio stations. In grade 4, I told a friend to move her iced tea kasi baka maula, and she didn't understand because the correct word is naula, which is Bicol for spill. When I speak in Filipino, the words spill clumsily no matter how carefully I curate them, the thoughtfulness lost in my best effort at translation. This fear of being misunderstood taught me to pick my words apart, dissecting every nuance. So when I was asked how I identified, I didn't have the words for it. Open to dating anyone, I called myself. Open for short. Wiki surfing and Tumblr deep dives taught me there's more than just tomboy or bakla. Suddenly, there was a whole host of identities I could pick and choose from. While Comp had told me to date guys, I would run in the opposite direction at the first signs of a serious relationship. I cut off my hair, partly because I was told I couldn't pull it off, partly because I wanted to be seen as gay. In my second year of college, I had my first ever panic attack when my org seniors grilled me about my crush, asking, "But would you really date her if you had the chance?" And so I dated her. Well, not her exactly, but a girl. And when we kissed, my entire romantic history paled in comparison. At first, lesbian felt thick on my tongue, the syllables too heavy to glide naturally. But then I thought, how beautiful is it to be named after Lesbos, home to Sappho, a poet known for proclaiming her love of women and their beauty. It was the perfect word.
Thank you. Rowena, how do you feel about this, right?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm straight actually. I am very interested in joining this webinar because I have so many friends who are members of the LGBT community, and I have so many students too who are members of this community, and I want to understand them better. When I hear this performance of Isay Gavika, it was heartfelt for me because I could understand that some of my students are actually like her. Many of them have the difficulty of expressing themselves and are still trying to find ways of explaining who they are to the people around them, including teachers like me. And so I find this very enlightening, as well as the other presentations that you gave a while ago, especially those that are related to art, because I'm not just teaching HUME students creative writing and creative nonfiction. I'm also teaching arts and design students. And I think that
they could relate more to the other materials that you have presented, aside from the written materials that were already presented to us. So I think it's a better way of self-expression and a better way of expressing this side of themselves that cannot be fully expressed through words. So I think generally these materials you have presented are very enlightening for me as a teacher.
Mm-mm. Thank you, Rowena. I need you to stay because we're moving to queerness and family. And remember
Yes.
what other speakers. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Can we, next slide. Do you have the link to this, Rowena? Maybe you can read it better.
Yeah, I have actually. Teka muna ha. I'll try to access it again. I did. I had a link a while ago.
How to survive a family dinner, conversation, or garden. You pick.
Okay.
Any
Nawala.
paragraph. 2 paragraphs.
Teka muna. How to survive. Nawala siya.
It's in the dining room.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Dining room. Okay. Sorry. How to survive a family dinner conversation. The dining room is usually a war of attrition between you and your family and relatives. It's where you get asked all the socially acceptable questions that make you uncomfortable, as if everyone is waiting to ask the next question that'll cause you to walk out. The people who ask are plenty. From your own family, your OFW father who only comes home once a year for a month, some familiar relatives who come to visit every week, or far away aunts and uncles who visit on special occasions. They all ask the same questions. Ba't ka nagpagupit? Gusto mo ba maging lalaki? Akala mo lang ayaw mo magpakasal, pero dadaan ka din dyan. Kailan mo kami bibigyan ng apo? May boyfriend ka, di ba? Buti naman. Akala namin tomboy ka eh. Ba't ganun ka manamit? Mukha kang prosti. In addition to this, you hear things that may not be directed at you, but make you just equally as uncomfortable because your cousins can hear. Bakla ka ba? Nako, bakla ka ata eh. Mahilig ka sa BTS? Pambakla yun. Hindi pala totoong babae or lalaki yun. You can grit your teeth and grind own your food silently, hoping that the faster you eat will mean the faster that you can get out of here. You can also argue back. Both options will result in your utter defeat. The only way to make it out alive is to eat your dinner alone in the back of the kitchen or pretend not to hear anything.
Wonderful, no? So,
Yeah.
instead of giving
Love it.
bullets and PowerPoints, you
Yeah.
just put the heading on, give it,
Yes.
and spend
Yeah,
time
yeah.
in contemplation. The fact that it's 3-dimensional, there's just so much texture, even if it's virtual. This is the benefit of that kind of interdisciplinary work.
Yeah.
Because there are not many rules. There's just so much groundbreaking stuff that can happen, right? So I'm moving forward to, I'm looking at our time. So I'm moving forward to queerness and mythology. Stephen. Because this will be given to you anyway. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, next slide. This is Alex Crisologo, and he is a professional mermaid, and this is his dream map, Tagipnep. His advisor was Irma Lacorte. Next slide, please. So he painted on a door, and he has the tower and the mountains. Next slide, please. The pit, waterways, the baths. Next slide, please. The city, labyrinth, fear. Next slide, please. Please watch his video. So, as queer people, Joanna actually talked about how you can create your own mythology if you cannot find a mythology anywhere else, right? So here is the mythology of our professional mermaid, Alex. Play, please.
Kumusta? I'm going to make a video of explaining the different locations of my dream map titled Tagitnep. And I'm here because I want to show one of the places I actually dreamt about. So here it is. And I'll be explaining it over a few more, so I hope you enjoy po.
So, just to give a little bit of a background of the art piece that I made, it's made of an old door that I found around the neighborhood, and I used Taal ash as my medium and also Gao Gao so that I could make like somewhat of a paint of it. The reason why I chose Taal ash is to represent that something from inside the earth could actually represent something inside of you, kind of something like that. And the first one here is the tower. It shows a tall square building, a quadrilateral building, and inside of it, it's quite interesting because although it is abandoned and there are lots of old things inside, it's kind of like an old sanitarium. So it's one of the scariest places that I often, unfortunately, would go to in my dreams. The next one, which I really like, is the mountains. And fortunately, in the mountains, we have here something that I could easily relate to because I grew up in the mountains. But the mountains in my dreams look very, very different. Surprisingly, it is extremely similar to Tarao Cliff, almost the same one in my dream, which is found in El Nido. The pit is just a simple hole on the ground. I always see it in my dream as like an entrance to the next part of my dream. Its purpose is simply like an entrance, almost something like I would find just to run away from something, usually running away from certain monsters. So the pit would always appear there. And when you go into the pit, you would go to my favorite place, which is the waterways. The waterways is a sewer like system, but the water, of course, is extremely clean, and inside it, there would be caverns and beautiful tunnels made with different kinds of fish. I've always loved this part because this part I would see the most interesting, the most absurd things relating to water things like fish and so on. Okay. After that, once you get out of it again, you would go to a city very similar to the city of Atlantis. In the picture, it's the best that I could find to represent it. But of course, all the pictures that I used to talk about these different locations in my dreams are not entirely the same. I'm just looking for this the closest image as I could. And going back to the city, the city is a part where everything has a roadway. It's almost like a waterway where people can travel, and everything just travels by water. Okay. The next one here would be the baths. For some reason, every time I dream about bathrooms, not like Turkish baths or anything, but different kinds of bathrooms. There have been many times that I dreamt of going to a bathroom, and later in years, I would actually discover that bathroom that I saw in my dream. One example would be that beautiful bathroom, that beautiful powder room, let's say, in Pinto Art Gallery. And I just remember clearly in my dream that I saw the same design, the same style of artwork done with that bathroom. Yes, kind of weird, but it's what I see in my dreams all the time. Okay. The next one here is actually not something that is often that I visit, but I remember very distinctly that it is always there. It is a labyrinth that is moss covered, and it's not like the labyrinth that we would see, for example, in old myths, but rather a more surreal or a more geometric. Well, it is after all geometric, but kind of like in my own style, how my mind would create it. The last one, which is actually very interesting, is my fear. I do a lot of swimming and I enjoy the sea, but I am extremely afraid of the sea. And here, it symbolizes my fear and also my braveness, basically, to go towards the unknown. And I showed here in the picture, actually, it's taken using my phone because for some reason, I actually ended up where I ended up the last picture here, which is my representation for fear. I am actually staying in it right now. And in the last picture, and also at the beginning of this video, I showed you how exactly it would look like in my dream. It is vast, it is with uh, weird rock formations that I have never seen ever in my life until I came here. So I think that the fear in my dream at the time before I even came to this place actually represented what was going to be something that I would be coming to. So, in a way, it's almost like overcoming your fear or actually encountering your fear and then accepting it. So, overall, thank you very much. That is all about the different locations of my dream map, which I think I would improve on more, explore on more in the next years to come. Thank you.
Melvin, and I want to know, like, so you watched Alex's explanation of Tagipnep, and this is, yes, Christopher, a worlding exercise. Um, how different can he be from the rest of your students, you think? Melvin Silos. Melvin? Melvin Silos?
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, Melvin. What did you think? I saw you. Yeah.
Narinig po ba ako?
Yes.
Sorry, medyo mahina po kasi yung internet namin. Medyo tuloy yung video na napanood ko. But I think it's more, the video shows more on I think it's hidden unconscious on the part of, the desires of being And on the other hand, hello?
Hello, yes, yes. On the other hand, pwede kang mag-audio na lang, Melvin. Nawala yata si Melvin. Next person, Leo Ben. What do you think?
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. When I was watching it, it's more on, I was thinking, how would I do this as well? And in a manner of, sana ganito din ako kabibid managinip. As in, I don't know, that's the thing that's coming through my mind. I'm going to do this activity for my students, or I'm going to process this with my students. Sorry po, nakikinig po ba ako? My internet is a bit unstable. Can you hear me? All right.
Yes.
So all right. So in terms of my students, since I'm teaching teacher education students, it's more on how they are going to explore more on themselves, right? On and using this dream map, right? And in going places, in going in understanding themselves more, right? So
Yeah.
because in in dreams, right? We are really going into our subconscious, and more often than not yun yung parang nagiging kung sino tayo, parang it's reflecting who we really are. And if we can do that in school, that
Yeah.
would be a great avenue to really explore themselves. And if someone is struggling on identifying him or herself, they or them, uh, it would be a great way, right? Or it could create I think a safe space to discuss this, right? Because it would be I think indirect in a way,
Yeah.
right? So
Also, I
if
think you would notice that if you were expecting stereotypical gay characteristics, they did not manifest. But
yeah,
this is definitely an artist. So, there's just a freedom to be yourself and to create the art within that particular identification. So, what kind of stereotypes are we actually looking for? There is more exploration in art, actually,
yes,
in things that are simple desires, other desires that are not cliche in that way. So thank you, Leo Ben.
thank you po.
We're moving on to next slide, please. So in Queerness and Mythology, we have Faith Ibanez, and she had reclaimed the phoenix. I'm just showing slides. So from the ashes, next slide, the scissors will be cutting through male garments. Next slide. And she transfigures and transforms into the phoenix and shines through, burns through the ashes. Faith Ibanez is a wonderful fashion designer using recycled materials to to make her work. And also she is doing something called performance art, to show this particular intervention in heteronormative space. So if you actually watch the video, you're going to see a space. Gardens are usually heteronormative, and then she puts herself, intervenes in that particular space to shine in this beautiful evening pageant-like gown, right? So that is wonderful. Just creating your own mythology or adding to traditional mythology. Next, please. We have the same for Kishan. She's a goddess. The life of an absolute goddess is the life of an absolute universe. My existence is truth. Hence, in truth, we exist. And she is creating a garden on her skin. Took her 4 hours to do it. And next slide, please. Swerve to the right, I curve my fingers. Nature's rhythm manifested in me. Magic flows through my veins as the right-handed goddess. So, calling yourself the goddess, taking the power of that, the vision of that, making yourself the garden within the garden that is only reserved for Adam and Eve, right? So that kind of physical intervention and then editing it into film with poetry, it's just a beautiful experience, a positive, emancipatory experience. Next slide, please. So next slide, please. So queerness and well-being, one of the lectures for today. So being loved well. Next slide, please. Can you please play Lial? Another spoken word, please.
Kada hakbang sa lupa'y para akong inaalon, nalulunod sa batikos ng mundo, sa kung ano lamang ang kaya ko. Bigang-bigan sa mga problemang di
Heto na.
masolusyonan.
Kalmado na. Tahimik ang paligid. Walang umuusyoso, bukas na ang pinto. Walang mapagsilda ng saya. Hindi mabilang ang bawat hakbang. Hakbang palabas ng pintong ilang taong nakakandado. Hindi magkamayo kung saan patungo ang mga paang matagal nang hindi nakakalabas. Ito na. Ito na ang oras. Oras na matagal ko nang hinihintay. Oras na hindi ko inakalang darating. Ngiti sa mga labi ay hindi mapigilan. Parang damdamin ng isang presong bagong laya sa kubo. Malaya. Malaya na sa mga panghuhusga. Malaya na sa takot na nadarama. Malaya na sa sakit na ilang taon na sa bansa. Malaya na ako. Malaya na ang dalagang matagal na niyang tatago. Malaya na mula sa sarili kong multo. Hindi na iniinda ang sasabihin ng iba. Sariling pagtanggap pala ang sagot. Hindi pagdisan at pagtago. Handa na ako. Handa na akong ipakita sa mundo. Handa na akong lumabas kasama ang mga taong tanggap ako at ang mga taong sasamahan ako. Sasamahan ako sa landas na pinili. Sasamahan ako sa makulay kong mundo.
At sabihin, ako naman muna.
It's from tahanan, but the safety comes from within and the acceptance comes from within. And it's also in spoken word and translated into film in this way. And it really projects that beautiful atmosphere of just acceptance and well-being. Next, please. During the pandemic, next slide, please. Some went into fantasy. And this is a documentary project under Nana Buksani called Bagong Realidad. Play, please. Thank you. So it's a very, the pandemic definitely was a very serious, is still a very serious situation, but then you can see how it has been treated by this particular queer artist. And I think it's wonderful that everyone here is seeing all the artworks that you can use as creative prompts, as intertext for particular themes, and also for your art appreciation classes or even 21st century Philippine contemporary art, right? Considering this will fit very nicely within the memo. So thank you all. You'll be given the full list.
Queerness is home at last. As we have learned, queerness has many faces, and the best we can do is understand each one, embrace it, give it love and support, and let it grow. We still have time for a Q&A, so I am once again giving the floor to Dr. Janiel Garcia for the discussions.
Hello. We have 15 minutes allotted for Q&A, but we're actually already beyond our time or our schedule. So we'll still try to cram in as many of your points as we can. The idea being that for this afternoon, we had very interesting modules in which more or less everyone is an expert, di ba? Not just in the love module, we're also experts in the pride module, di ba? Because we have our own stories, no, of triumph against adversity. We're all here, you see, right? We've made it. We're wrapping up with our seminar, and this is a kind of triumph, a kind of victory that we should all be proud of. The AIR program, as Richie explained it, is a response to the pandemic because we were supposed to simply focus on creative writing in the whole of GlobalGRACE work package for the Philippines. But the pandemic made it impossible to do the last workshop, which would have been in creative nonfiction. I realized I was the one who decided that we couldn't go for a virtual workshop for nonfiction because can you imagine if our fellows were living in their own homes, how could we have interactions about them regarding their personal essays when their mother is behind them cleaning the furniture or their lola is behind them listening to the radio or whatever. So it happened to me. I was holding a class and a student of mine in an MA creative writing class submitted something personal and queer, and he could not respond to any of our discussions. He could only type down his comments in the chat because his mother was behind him the whole time. So, hindi pwedeng mag-workshop ng nonfiction kung walang safe space yung fellow mo at nakatira siya sa home na hindi naman safe space for many queer kids. What Richie did was find that doing art in a home, even for queer artists, is possible. Kasi nakita nyo naman yung mga artwork ng mga batang nakuha naming artist, mga weird sila. Hindi naintindihan ng mga kasama nila sa bahay. Ano ba pag pinaggagawa nito? So at medyo, kasi sa Laguna, no, maraming open spaces, marami sila nakitang places to do their work, no? So nagawa namin yon at ang gandang transition away from just the print text or the traditional kind of text to audiovisual and performative text. No? All of them are texts and they can be used in our classes. No? Ang magandang nangyari na ginawa sa atin ni Professor Guevara ay nakita niya na pasok sa ating mga intersectional themes ang mga artworks ng mga bata. So sana po magamit natin sila rin, no? At tingnan natin kung ano yung mas appropriate para ma-flesh out yung mga ideas nung nasa module natin. So maybe if you have any questions, we will open the floor now. I look at the chat and see kung may nakalista. Is anyone, raise your hand? Wala akong makitang name eh.
Neil, baka gusto mag-closing statement ni Joey doon sa kanyang
Ay,
module?
yun. Actually, I put it in mind kasi na-cut out si Joey. yung ating module on class na hindi niya na talaga natapos, papabayaan natin siya ngayon, no? Bibigyan natin siya ng opportunity.
Naputol yung internet ko. Pero halos tapos na. Just a few minutes na lang yun. So, i-discuss ko lang sana yung isang burgis na attorney na bading. Tapos, paano siya nahihirapan mag-out sa kanyang family. Pero in the end, isa itong magandang portrayal ng isa pang class-based personality na bading. Although noong 1990s nasulat yung poem, pwede pa rin mag-resonate. So, yun lang naman ng Miss, and maraming salamat sa pakikinig.
Thank you, Professor Bakiran. Such a lovely but difficult set of modules that Professor Bakiran had to handle. Kasi napunta sa kanya yung culture, tsaka yung class, tsaka history rin. Mabibigat lahat ng mga module, di ba? So, can we ask for questions now or any reactions kayo kung may gusto kayong comment? Tapos na po ang ating seminar eh. So, after this, we already have parting words na lang at magga-graduation tayo. So, kung meron kayong overall impression or overall comment, no? Na pwedeng ibigay at pwede natin mapapaglaanan pa ng konting panahon, no? I'm not seeing any kind of cue. So mukhang wala kayong tanong. Pagod na lahat, ano? Actually, oo, ako.
Parang ang CUE ay mag-end na tayo kay Kapoy na.
Oo,
Kapoy kinakaayo.
Actually, sabihin ko na sa inyo, di ba tine-turn off ko yung video kasi nakahiga ako. Nakikinig ako na nakahiga kasi parang sakit na yung likod ko kakaupo. But I am very happy na natapos natin ang ating seminar. 13 modules yan, pero that's just a random number. Hindi naman dapat matapos sa 13. Ang daming intersections, ang daming mga cross or inter-implications na pwede natin ipasok sa discussion ng queer writing at queerness itself. Pagkat kasing komplikado naman ng buhay ang pagiging LGBTQ. At ang daming intersections, no, na pwede nating tignan. Sa ating mga modules ngayon, nakita natin ang importansya ng pagkukwento, no, storytelling, no, for all of their modules actually. I would tell my classes before, I used to teach queer literature sa undergrad, tas naging grad level na lang, that, you know, whatever else truth may be, it is first and foremost a story. So, ano man ang truth mo about yourself, it is a story, okay? And that's very crucial. It makes the imagination and the cultivation of the imagination very crucial. So our kids can understand and tell their own truths by being able to tell stories about their lives and explain their stories to themselves first and foremost. Diba? That's the beginning of self-acceptance. Pag kwento mo sa sarili mo ang iyong sariling journey at natanggap mo, no, ang lahat ng aspects ng pagkatao mo. So wala ako nakikita talagang cue. May question ka? Sinong I don't see a hand.
Si Anna.
Anna, can you please just speak up?
Yes po. I have a question po. This is about intellectual property and property rights po of the author themselves. Like for me, as a teacher, I have personal books or novels, stories which are written by Filipino authors, which I purchased personally. Will it be okay to share those to my students, recopy that perhaps, especially that because you are very open into sharing your works and everything like that, but will it affect anything, or am I doing something wrong by recopying the whole, like for example, whole novel of those Filipino authors and sharing it to my students? Thank you.
The answer is it's illegal. Because we have intellectual property protection, no, and copyright laws that are in place. Yung module ninyo, nakita ninyo lahat ng mga works na ginamit ng mga panelists are linked to an archive that is open access, that's online. Pero na-edit lahat yun at nirepaso at naging libro na dalawa. No, Lamyos at Busilak, at magkakakopya kayo lahat noon. Ang feeling ko, magagamit ninyo yung libro kasi sarili niyo yung kopya yon. Basahin ninyo para sa sarili ninyong paggawa ng mga lesson plan. Pero pag ni-require nyo sa students nyo, bigay nyo yung mga links sa open access version para hindi na sila bumili ng libro, di ba? Para talagang it was meant to be open access, no, for them. Pero lahat ng ibang mga material dito na parang yung mga nasa pack ninyo na in-email sa inyo na galing sa amin, halimbawa yung essay ko on Lolo Pulong, ewan ko kung nakuha nyo yun, I basically gave it away. It's my work eh. So I gave it away to you so you can use it. Ganon din yata ang ginawa ng iba nating mga panelists ng sarili nilang mga work. At meron kaming ginamit yung Gay Love ni Nori de Dios na pumayag siya na gamitin ng mga participants sa seminar na ito. So yun, kaya you have to upload all your panelists kasi naghagilap sila ng mga material at hiningi nila mga permission ng mga kaibigan nating mga manunulat para meron kayong additional na material na magagamit sa inyong mga klase aside from yung ating open access material. Thank you for asking that, no? Kasi talaga meron tayong copyright law at meron tayong intellectual property rights na kailangan proteksyonan. Kailangan natin proteksyonan ng livelihood ng mga creatives eh, kasi doon naman sila kumikita eh. 'Di ba? Pag pinamigay naman lahat, edi wala na silang kita. So hindi namin pinamigay lahat. Selected text lang 'yan. Sana magkaroon ng time na gumanda ang economy natin at hindi na maging issue to kung kailangan nating mag-require ng books, pwedeng in all conscience, pwede natin sabihin sa mga estudyante, bilhin ninyo. Diba? Yun ang ideal eh, na para, you know, like basically, purchase the material kasi gagamitin natin sa klase.
Or Mama Neil, kasi ano, 'di ba, yung ano no, gaya ng pinost ni Joanna diyan sa ano, may mga bagay na hindi pwedeng sabihin ngayon kasi naka-live stream tayo no, kasi illegal nga no. Pero anyway, speaking for myself, kaya ako may blog yung jiichidoro.com kasi parang copyleft yan no. So parang everyone no are free to use that no. Kapag nagbibigay ko ng mga lectures or seminars sa mga teachers, I would tell them na if ever gusto niyo gamitin yung akda ko, you are free to do so. You can even reprint them sa ano no, sa mga textbook ninyo no. So yan, may concept ako ng copyleft no sa blog ko at least no. So it's free for everyone. And kami sa Santos Creative Writing Center ni Ronald, may project kami ganyan for all ASEAN writers no, na at least may 1 or 2 texts ng kada writer na maging open no, may open access sa lahat no, para nga maiwasan yung paggawa ng mga illegal na bagay no, na I think parang guilty ang karamihan. Thank you.
Meron tayong ano na nasa chat na parang wag na natin sabihin, basahin nyo na lang. Nandun na yung ating little piece of advice, di ba? Wag na natin i-verbalize kasi naka-stream, pero hindi naman nila mababasa yung chat. So yun na lang. Nandun po sa chat ang kasagutan na binigay ni Professor Joanna Cruz sa inyong katanungan. Oo. Anything else?
Siguro gusto ko lang idagdag no na dahil tayo researchers, scholars, siguro dapat gamitin natin ating powers no na mag-research ng mga free no materials online. For instance, mga journals no. Where were these creative works first published? Yan ang ginawa ko nung nag-pandemic. Talagang na-research ko saan ba una na-publish ang The Conversion ni Neil Garcia. Diba? Para hindi ko na sila bubulabugin. Diba? Binulabog ko lang ibang writers. Talagang hindi na ako makakuha. Hopeless na ako. Pero talagang power of research eh. Like for instance, I would suggest you check the UP Likhaan journal. diba? Journal of Creative Contemporary Philippine Literature. Yung Tomas, ang ganda-ganda, no?
Actually,
Yun, Tomas. Tapos, yung mga old issues ng Likhaan, maraming mga journals, no? Anyway, kung may sa Facebook siguro, no? Bigyan ko kayo ng mga links, no? Para legitimate, as much as possible, we want to make sure, diba, that our students are also responsible users, no, of creative works and intellectual property, whatever form it may come in. Diba? So kailangan talaga tama, no. So yun siguro.
Sabihin ko na rin sa inyo na huwag kayong magulat kasi yung ating session kahapon na flag ng YouTube at tinanggal kasi gumamit tayo ng copyright protected na material, no? Ewan ko ba, isa sa mga module experts natin, hindi man lamang nakalimutan ang haba-haba yata ng excerpt na ginamit. Tapos, so ito mismong copyright issue na to, itong has affected the seminar. 'Di ba? Digital media kasi na-monitor nila, no? Nakikita nila yung kung ano yung material na ginagamit natin, no? Protected by copyright kasi yung mga kanta, yung mga videos, etc., no? Kaya fina-flag or tinitake down kaagad ng YouTube at ng Facebook. So, huwag kayong mag-alala pagkat i-edit natin yung ating mga sessions at yung problematic parts tatanggalin at i-upload ulit at para makita ninyo at ma-review ninyo yung nangyari. Alalahanin nyo na lang kung ano man yung natanggal. Kasi sabihin, yun yung may violation at kailangan namin siyang i-edit out. No? So nakikita na natin just from this alone na talagang may hindi pa tayo open access, hindi pa free culture, no? Protected pa talaga, no, by copyright ang maraming mga bagay. Ako two minds about it kasi publisher ako ng UP Press, so dapat champion ako ng copyright. Pero nakikita ko rin na medyo hindi rin siya fair, no? Particularly when it comes to the global north protecting its copyright. At hindi natin maproteksyonan, hindi tayo masyadong organized. Sila, they're very organized. Madali nilang habulin yung copyright infringement ng mga artists nila na corporatized nila, no? Tayo, hindi tayo organized in the same way. So hindi tayo makahabol ng copyright claims natin. Tsaka may asymmetry rin ng global flow of knowledge, no? Yung ating pinuproduce na knowledge, hindi naman kinukonsume globally in the same way that the global north's knowledge is being consumed globally. Of course, may reason for that. It's really the enduring infrastructure of colonialism. At tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang flow of knowledge nila dito, no? Yung representations nila of ourselves are still more or less the dominant representation, no? So, ang hirap-hirap yung ating mga disciplines in academia, in university, particularly in STEM, very dependent on knowledge production coming from them kasi nasa kanila ang mga laboratories, nasa kanila ang mga journals, nasa kanila ang lahat. So, yun, protected by copyright. Kailangan bilhin ng third world, ng global south. Biruin nyo yun? Wala naman tayong pambili. Kaya, so may siya, no? May politics talaga. At pag-usapan na natin kasi question din equality yan. At itong ginagawa natin is equality, di ba? It's really all about championing cultures of equality. Dapat may cultures of equality rin na isipin in terms of knowledge production, ano, at malaking usapin yan. So, kung wala nang chat, I think we can turn to the VO. Wala nang question? Wala na ba? We have someone saying na take advantage of Shopee and Lazada. Yeah, 12/12 sales. Nga pala, may sale. Yung mga sales.
Yung UP Press sale ba? Hanggang kailan yon?
Buong December, hanggang bukas kami.
Kailan kayo magsasara?
Siguro up until the end of next week.
Oh, okay, so yun. Tandaan natin.
Oo.
Sayang kasi 10%.
Oo, 20% sa shop namin, 10% sa Lazada and Shopee.
Oh, so mas mura pa sa direct sa website.
Oo. Mas mura siya. Oo.
Ako lang yata bumibili ng libro ko eh.
Town center na upper shelf is open Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So Kung gusto nyo, doon kayo pumunta para makakain na rin kayo sa town center. Open air naman ng mga restaurants, so safer, no? Kasi may ventilation, so I would encourage you. Or just take out, which is really the best thing to do. Parang nakakatuwa, ano? Kasi may pandemya, pero itong seminar natin, parang nakalimutan natin siya. Kahit na yun yung ating realidad. Nagtuturo tayo sa ating mga estudyante at we have to give them hope, di ba? At kasama na doon ang pagtuturo ng literatura, whether we deny it or not, kahit painful ang content at ang theme ng ating tinuturong kwento, literature gives pleasure. Because literature is inside the form, and the form is the form of the literary artwork itself. At laging may pleasure yan, laging may reward yan, no? To the imagination. So that is the source of hope of all of art. It affirms the senses. It affirms the pleasure of imagining, of inner visualization, okay? And all these wonderful things. So we can now turn over the floor to VO para sa next part ng ating program.
That wraps up our insightful discussions on queerness and queer literature. And thank you, Dr. Garcia, for your inspiring words. Learning is great, but it isn't the only thing we are giving to our educators tonight. These last 2 days have been a wonderful process of sharing and applying knowledge that would make schools a safer place for all students. For this, we would like to thank our panelists, our fabulous and knowledgeable module speakers who shared their personal and pedagogical wisdom. With a certificate that reads, I present this certificate of appreciation to our panelists for being a module presenter during the GlobalGRACE Teacher Training Seminar for Senior High School and Collegiate Teachers of Literature in the Philippines on Creative Writing, given this 10th of December 2021. Dr. Romulo Baquiran Jr., Department of Filipino and Filipino Literature, UP Diliman. Dr. Ronald Baitan, Department of Literature, De La Salle University. Dr. Joanna Lynn Cruz, Department of Humanities, UP Mindanao. Dr. John Iramil Teodoro, Department of Literature, DLSU. And Professor Nerissa del Carmen Guevara, University of Santo Tomas, GlobalGRACE Philippines Early Career Researcher. Again, thank you, and you can rest assured that our educators here will pay it forward. Of course, we're also commending our participants for the knowledge they've gained and shared on teaching Philippine queer literature. This is your graduation moment. With a certificate that reads, I present this certificate of participation to you for being a participant during the GlobalGRACE Teacher Training Seminar for Senior High School and Collegiate Teachers of Literature in the Philippines on Creative Writing, given this 10th of December, 2021.
Yay!
Pedejos Charlicto Jr. D. Alberto Princess Argel F. Anire Roxanne B. Aquino Marvin D. Atis Janvernix M. Baquiano Tina G. Balani Lester Jerome S. Beranya Michael A. Bobadilla Brian Carlo D. Bueñaflor Arnold Tristan L. Cadusale Marian Lorraine P. Kalubayan Francis S. Casoy John Lloyd C. Celso Patrick Ernest C. Cruz Maria Isabel B. Diane K. De Castro Catherina. De Guzman Criselda Joy F. De Leon Jericho Q. Demetrial Amiel Jansen. Gilio Jimmy Jr. B. Embradura Ian S. Fernandez Rowena Amor T. Fuentes Consuelo Celine O. Hernandez Kenneth Ian Matthew V. Javier Jeffrey B. Lacking Karen O. Lanzadares Chris R. Magay Maria Veronica F. Magsino Oli Marie M. Malyabong Mutas Ophelia. Meliton Jessamine Jade S. Miel Leobin N. Monares Hannah T. Natividad Ana Corina A. Nedeo Aileen L. Navarra Jonathan N. Orpiano Mark Anthony O. Pacquiao Angelina M. Paglinawan Gianpaolo. Pinero Nika Angela G. Quidet Shivni Clays G. Ramos Maria Carla Lourdes G. Royales Sarirel R. Tenyal Mark Kevin M. Shaw Thomas Leonard. Tilos Melvin R. Tamayo Francis Anthony E. Dan Mark Remington. Pina Christopher Aaron G. Tolentino Marisol May. And Tionco Santiago III A. Dolorio Prince Vincent M. Tormis Cheesy D. Gardeflor Jonard V. Again, congratulations, and we hope you learned from this seminar as much as we learned from you. Let's end this on a good note. To wrap up our program, I am calling on Dr. Mark Johnson.
Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. Congratulations to you all. What a wonderful event. Really lovely to see all those fantastic faces. Thanks to all of the teachers who've come, all of you who are educators. And, you know, it was so wonderful to hear that there were teachers here both as allies, as well as teachers here who are queer identified. I think that's such a wonderful thing. And a huge thanks to the technical team. I'm so impressed by the production. Really amazing, incredible. And I was able to watch on Facebook the sessions yesterday as well. Such a wonderful thing. And to all the presenters, thank you for your insight, for sharing those valuable life lessons, as well as educational insights and theoretical insights and insights from literature. Really wonderful. And thanks again to the GlobalGRACE Philippines director, Professor Neil Garcia, to Professor Joey Barkiran from the Institute of Creative Writing, and of course to UP Diliman for being the host for all of this. What a wonderful thing. There's very little that I could add to or say that has not already been shared with you, except just to pick up on what was said at the very last about paying it forward and relating it to Richie's last session about bringing it home. I mean, really, the bringing it home is now what you're going to be doing, you know, bringing this forward, bringing these insights forward and back to your classrooms, back to your students, back to the situations in which you're working every day. And I think this is a marvelous opportunity for you to continue to learn together. I would encourage you join the Facebook group so that you can benefit from the community that's been established here. Richie was talking about AIR creating a space. What we've had over the past 2 days has created a space, and this space has had time and duration, but we hope that it will continue within time and continue to create and grow a space for like-minded people, for teachers who share a progressive view of things. This is so important, and it's as important where we are in the UK as it is there in the Philippines. So really, it's just to express gratitude, thanks to you all, and to wish you all a safe and joyful festive season ahead. And I hope that the things that we have heard and benefited from here will continue to create that ripple effect. And coming right back to what Neil said in his remarks just a little bit earlier, it reminded me something that Janet Winterson said as well, that everything starts with the stories we tell about ourselves. And hopefully this will become part of the story that we're able to tell to our students, to our colleagues, to our friends, and indeed to the people who continue to dominate what can and can't be said within educational establishments. So thanks all very much. It was wonderful to be here with you, and please take care, and best wishes to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Mark Johnson. May we call back Dr. Garcia for his closing message.
Anticlimactic, dapat si Mark ang huling-huli, no? But I was reminded kasi parang nagkulang yung ating Q&A talaga. At the end of it, I really would have wanted to end by thanking our panelists, our participants, and our technical team who did such a marvelous job in the last 2 days, no? Marshalling us through our sessions from morning to early evening, no? And are doing everything to make sure that our seminar, our webinars flowed smoothly from module to module. Such a wonderful, wonderful job they have done. So I'd like all of us to give them a hand. Let's all give them a big hand, no? Salamat, Rona, Connie, Steven, Cyril, Danielle, everyone in the tech team, our VO, no? Na napakagwapo ng voice. Maraming salamat sa ating tech team, maraming salamat sa mga panelists, at maraming salamat sa inyo sa pagdalo sa ating seminar. Nasabi ko na kanina na hindi magtatapos ang ating pagtutulungan sa seminar na ito pagkat meron na kayong invitation from Cyril to actually approve, no, that invitation to be in the Facebook group para magtuloy-tuloy ang network natin with each other. And of course, in the language of DepEd, you're supposed to echo this, di ba? Echo what you learn from our seminar to your own departments and your own schools. Reach out to your fellow literature teachers who have not been able to participate and tell them how wonderful, no, this new approach is to teaching literature can be. It will benefit not just queer learners, but all the students, no? Pagkat in the end, we are still teaching them and all the opportunities that literature gives the imagination and the inner life of students. But we're all actually expanding what literature can be by including as much gender-inclusive material as we can, no, into our readings. So again, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Congratulations po. We made it. Sana po ay magtulungan pa tayo at wag po kayo mag-atubili na humingi po ng advice at tulong sa amin sa UPICW. Matatapos na po ang GlobalGRACE, no? Ito po ang aming final activity. Huling gagawin lang po namin ay padala sa inyo ang mga kopya ninyo ng 2 libro na ito. After that, wala na pong Global Grace, no? Tapos na po kami. Pero ICW tuloy-tuloy at sana po yung ating magiging discussion sa Facebook ay magtuloy-tuloy din. So have a wonderful holiday season. What a good, wonderful Christmas giving everyone, no? The gift of friendship, the gift of new knowledge, the gift of literature, the gift of the imagination, no? And stories, no, that we have shared in the last 2 days. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you again to all our speakers and participants. Teaching Philippine queer literature would not be a success without you. This is only the beginning, but it is one big step towards creating spaces where diversity is celebrated, where all students stand on equal footing. We hope you take these lessons to heart so that you, in turn, can share these to your students from your heart. Before we end, can we ask everyone to please turn on their cameras for a short photo op? Let us show those smiles, and we're taking a photo in 3, 2, 1. One more, and 3, 2, 1, smile. And one last for propriety. And 3, 2, 1, smile. We are looking forward to seeing you make life lovable. We will also do our part. For updates, you may follow us on our social media through these links. Again, we would like to thank our hardworking educators. Padayon and have a great night.